the American forces are still there and will be used again. So I think the truth is, his mind changes. His mind is very hard to read. He does, I think, want a ceasefire. So he's got to figure out some way of working out shipping going through the Strait of Hormuz. I don't suppose he minds all that much if Iran started a total conflict as long as the Strait is otherwise open, but we know that many countries around the world object to that. Europe, almost all of Europe does. The UK certainly does. And I think we'll find many in Asia will do as well. And I would say that, to me, if Iran emerges with the kind of control of the Strait that we do not have, it's a real victory for Iran. There is a defeat for President Trump.
Everyone's there with his views on the ceasefire, the fragility of the ceasefire, whether any compromise can be come to when it comes to what's taking place in Pakistan. Lots of developments to bring in from right around the region and let's take across those for you. So do stay with us here on BBC News, around the world and across the UK. You're watching BBC News.
A small boat carrying migrants from France to England has sunk, killing 4 people. About 30 others were pulled from the water and taken back to shore. The French Coast Guard is searching the sea for any more survivors. So far this year, 5,000 migrants have made a perilous journey to England using small boats across the world's busiest shipping lane. My Paris correspondent Hugh Scofield gave us the latest details.
Yeah, all too familiar story, I'm afraid, now, isn't it? 4 days. It was this morning at the beach south of Boulogne, at the village called Exia, that the alarm was raised when the body was in the water. It was a taxi boat, a little taxi boat that was involved. These are the boats that start further down the coast, come up, and then pick up at prearranged spots. Migrants who are waiting on the beach. The idea is that the boats themselves stay out of water at sea, and in theory, the line won't get them there. That's the idea. And then the migrants wade out to sea. The problem here is apparently, this is what the mayor said, there are well-known currents, strong currents, quite close to shore at this point. And as the group was wading out, some of them got swept away by the current. They couldn't make it to the boat. And among that group, 2 men, 2 women were drowned. It's not been what nationalities they were. Some were then put down the water and looked after by the rescue services, but the boat itself and about 30 other people on board just went on ahead on its journey across the channel. As you say, 5,000 or so have made the journey this year. What's happened this week, though, is that the weather has picked up. It's got better, it's clever, it's nice, it's flat, and so everyone's expecting a big increase in crossings this week. And the last point to mention is that it all takes place as there are these talks going on between the French and British governments about renewing the arrangement under which Britain funds part of France's efforts to stop this flow of people across the channel. There's a lot of money involved. Britain wants more results. France saying we'll do what we can. It's been renewed for a couple of months, but there are a lot of things to be ironed out before there's a more permanent arrangement back in place.
Thank you. wore over the decades will be on display in the King's Gallery at Buckingham Palace. It showcases British fashion and gives visitors the chance to see close-up clothes, accessories, and never-seen before fabric samples. Martina Hall has one of Danielle Ralph's into
Queen Elizabeth II, one of the most recognisable people in the world. Hers was a distinctive style. She knew what she liked. It had to be practical, and she had to be noticed. Clothes unlock memories. In every one of the late Queen's outfits lies a story. She dressed diplomatically. These were from a state banquet in India in 1961.
If we look closely, it's not just about sparkle. This has messages within it because the dominant motif is the lotus flower, the emblem of India. And again, that would have been very obvious to those around the Queen, paying this compliment, paying respect to the nation she was visiting.
The exhibition captures key moments in Queen Elizabeth's life. Her style was comfortable and practical, with an emphasis on British design and tailoring. On show is her dress from the opening ceremony of the 2012 London Olympics. Alongside it is a replica created with a stuntman, with her body double to parachute into the stadium. This black velvet evening dress is from 1956.
For the next time the Queen meets Marilyn Monroe.
For when two of the most famous women in the world first met. The red wool dress and coat were the cut and look of many of the Queen's choices in the later part of her life. Vivid colour featured strongly. She wore the outfit on one of the most public days of the year, Christmas at Sandringham in 2015. It was created by Stuart Parvin, a favourite designer. Stuart, tell us about the kind of fabrics you would have used for Queen and your use of colour, which was so important as well.
You always knew that she would love any shade of bright blue, black, friendly yellow. Any shade of yellow would be a popular choice. Everything that was like everybody goes inside it. And I think it's fashion coming in, fashion in.
A wedding dress is often the showstopper of any wardrobe. The late Queen's dress from 1947, partly bought using ration coupons, has carefully gone on display. In recent months, we've had exclusive access to the dress preparations.
Oh my goodness. So this is her wedding dress from 1947.
It is indeed.
That she wore in Westminster Abbey.
It is, yeah.
Wow. It has needed intricate conservation work. The wear and tear are part of its story.
So I can see that as I look at it, it's like the fabric is broken up into threads. It's breaking. You can see the threads.
We call it shattering. It's a shatters. It's a thing it does.
How easy is that to fix?
Well, I can't fix it. I can't place it. In conservation, our ethical basis is never replace. We always just support original information. The life of the dress is part of the beauty of the dress.
The exhibition also reflects the more dressed-down times, from the headscarves Queen Elizabeth loved, through to raincoats and umbrellas. The late Queen would never have described herself as a fashion influencer, but that's exactly what she was, in her own restrained way. Danielle Ralph, BBC News, the King's Gallery.
Fascinating. Well, as you saw in Danielle's piece, Stuart Parvin was one of the designers tasked with creating outfits for the late Queen, and he spoke to me a little earlier. I asked him how Queen Elizabeth ended up becoming one of his clients.
Originally, a lady came into my store as a sort of personal shopper, and it turned out to be Angela Kelly, her senior dresser. We got on really well from the outset. She went away with a pile of swatches and some sketches, and a few weeks later she phoned me back and said, oh, my client would like to possibly proceed with some of these things. I did some more sketches, we liaised, and eventually she said, oh yes, no, my client has chosen these things. Would you like to know who my client is? And that's this fairly unique, so much to do.
We're just looking at pictures now of the custom green outfit that you design. What is it about an outfit like this? Using the principles that she loved in terms of the clothing that she wore.
I think with something like that, it's something that's completely plain, completely simple, with a really bold statement colour. We have wonderful gold buttons on it, and one
This was obviously one of the last times we saw the Queen, 2022, so the last time she was on the Buckingham Palace balcony. When you're creating an outfit, are you aware that this could become a historic image?
I think when you're creating these things, the best way is to not think about that. I mean, with this one, it was actually, it might have been for something else, it might have been for something else subsequently, but the Queen wasn't able to wear it, and it just proved to be a perfect thing for her kind of appearance.
Let's look at some of the other images. We've got one here from 2019, Maundy Thursday at St George's Chapel in Windsor. Here we've got a bright yellow. I have to say, I've been lucky enough as a royal correspondent over the years to be near her, but you didn't have to be that close to her to see her because those outfits really popped. She really stood out, and that was so important to her.
It was so important, a block colour, block yellow, all of those bright colours just sort of allow her to be seen from a distance, because most people don't get that close to her. And as I said, she wasn't 6'2", she was a very diminutive person, and those bright colours really allowed her to be seen.
Were you conscious of a message? We know that, particularly with things like embroidery or accessories, that there were often very subtle messages in her clothing. Was that something that she spoke to you about? Is that something you were aware of?
It wasn't something I spoke to her about, but it was something Angela and I would work on. So, for instance, she went on a state visit of Ireland, and it was chosen that she should have the most incredible green coat with a wonderful sort of 50s sort of retro knot at the neck, but it had the most incredible green and turquoise print. So, as she got off the plane and onto the tarmac, the coat blew open, you saw the lining of the coat, which was the same colour as the dress. All of those things are so important, but having a block colour meant she was
So we'll have to leave it there very, very quickly. Was she a difficult comment?
absolutely.
And you really wouldn't expect me to say anything different with you. That was her strict problem because I so many of the Queen's outfits over the last few years. Now let's say there's something sort of real. A thief who swiped a handbag which contained a Fabergé egg and watch set valued £2.2 million has been jailed for more than 2 years. Enzo Ponticello stole the handbag from a pub in London's Soho in November 2024. Inside was an emerald-encrusted Fabergé egg and a Fabergé watch, as well as personal tech and bank cards, that he was guilty to 3 charges of fraud by false representation and 1 count. Now, the world's biggest boy band is back. BTS have kicked off their world tour in South Korea. It's their first after going on break to complete their military service. Our reporter Jake Pond is outside the stadium in Korea City.
That is the sound of the band BTS playing behind me, and you will hear a scream of 40,000 fans, and they're screaming the name of the band, BTS. Now, today they are kicking off the world tour. This will not only be the band's greatest tour, but this will be the biggest tour in K-pop history. The band is stopping in 34 cities and playing at least 80 shows, and they're adding more to the list as we speak. Now that scale is only matched by the revenue they're expected to generate. Now, one conservative estimate says that the band will bring in about $1 billion, and what we also heard is that it could possibly rival the $2.1 billion that Taylor Swift had made in her Paris tour.
That was Jake Pond in South Korea. Just want to give you a couple of lines that are coming through on the wires. We're hearing that the Israeli military has issued evacuation warnings for Beirut's southern suburbs ahead of a possible attack. We will bring you more details on that and later. Please stay with us here on BBC. lives this vivid interior life. And it leads her to try and do good deeds for people and make other people's lives better. Because of her shyness, she's unable to tackle the big things in her own life. And one of those is a crush that she's got on a young man who she collides with one day in Paris. This is very much a film about Amelie's interior life. What these are two so young, so beautiful, embodies this Parisian Amelie with her short-cut blonde hair. I love the way Jeanne is always dressing Amelie in red. It's a colour that suits her complexion beautifully, yet it's such a vivid colour for cinema. You've got this convergence of a genius like a director, Jean-Pierre Jeunet, and an actress like Aurélie Tautou. Jean-Pierre Jeunet is a master of the whimsical and the fantastical. He studied animation, and I think that's really, really evident in his body of work. So much of Montmartre has become famous because of Amelie, including here. Montmartre has always been an artistic quarter, but Amelie, set at the beginning of the 21st century, in these dazzling, hot, sunny Parisian days, all these scenes set around Sacré-Cœur, and I think in cinema gave Paris a whole new lease of life, just because of the romantic, idyllic, idealistic way that Jean-Pierre Jeunet filmed Amelie. It does belong to a different era, even though it still feels contemporary enough for us all to relate to.
Welcome guys, welcome to my life.
I was on air when the London 7/7 attacks happened. That day was different because of the sheer volume of information we were grappling with in real time. Conflicting reports on the number and locations of the attacks, unverified videos, witnesses and shot. It was crucial that we report events accurately without causing unnecessary panic. We couldn't let the desperation from the compromise our reporting or be overwhelmed by the magnitude of what we were witnessing. Today, as we wade through endless waves of misinformation, it's vital that we don't just ask the question, but question the answers. I'm Matthew Amariora, on Verified Live with the BBC News.
It was a great violation, an intentional great violation of the ceasefire, and we cannot have a cake and eat it at the same time. That was the message that Iran sent quite clearly, crystal clearly to Washington and to the Oval Office last night. And our Prime Minister also said that you cannot ask for a ceasefire and then accept terms and conditions, accept the areas that ceasefire is applied to, and name Lebanon, exactly Lebanon in that, and then your ally just start a massacre. Actually, it was a sort of genocide by the regime of Israel in Lebanon, just immediately after the ceasefire was accepted. It's a type of practice that the Israeli regime has always done, accepting ceasefire, then surprise attack, massacring, and that was a very bold message that we sent last night to Washington.
Well, the message said, the message said the United States must choose. What must they choose?
Well, between war and ceasefire. They cannot have it both at the same time. They are exclusively, mutually exclusive, it's quite clear. And course, Iran is committed to that. We ask everybody in the Middle East to be abided by this agreement that this ceasefire that we reached with Americans, and we expect America to do the same with its ally, the Israeli regime. But what happened yesterday was great violation, and everybody was watching. I'm sure that you are aware that the Prime Minister of Belgium was in Beirut, few hundred meters from this massacre, and he just tweeted that it was a surprise attack, and we were not, informed, we were not, actually detailed about that before that attack, and it was a catastrophe. It could actually end in more catastrophe. And this is the nature of this work behavior that we are seeing replicated in the whole Middle East.
Do we tell Iran's allies to get their weapons, training and support from Iran to stop firing rockets into Israel?
Secondly, this was clear that the role is pure Lebanese freedom movement.
Even though there are Iranian officers, members of the IRGC advising, training, helping Hezbollah.
Denying that, and I believe that the rest of the world has no actually saying with BBC. Let me tell you something. The Iranians are not shy to say that we provide support to this freedom movement, and this is the movement. I'm telling you that there are not, this is not true that there are happening on the inside.
On Wednesday, an avalanche of army from missiles has come out across the Middle East from Gaza so far. Israel says it launched a 100 aircraft in a week. The Israeli military says it is aiming for Hezbollah targets, but many of the aircraft have since been populated by military areas where there is a route of Israeli traffic. Overnight, Hezbollah fired rockets into Israel. It says in response to ceasefire violation, the military will continue attacks and start the revolutionary production against the military support. Hezbollah in Jerusalem is named told in television this morning that the airport is really getting to say that Lebanese
importantly, Pakistan is also saying the other was clear. Pakistan immediately another one of those different standing in that was an independent media for this. And I can say Israel has nuclear capability. But the US is backing up Israel and saying Lebanon got included. This is really fundamental dispute now. Iran saying that there are grave violations by Israel with the airstrikes in Lebanon and the Israeli military operations today. So this issue is simply going to have to be resolved because Israel is insisting, the Prime Minister might not be insisting, that Israel will carry on operations against Hezbollah. They have said that they've been set up for some time, which is they're saying they're not going to stop these operations until the threat from Hezbollah to northern Israel has been removed. And in the past few weeks, we've seen Israeli forces going into southern Lebanon, effectively occupying southern Lebanon. Hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced. Israel has been destroying villages and homes where it says Hezbollah is active. It's saying it will not leave, and the people won't be able to come back until the threat from Hezbollah has been removed. But that threat still exists. Hezbollah firing rockets into northern Israel overnight, saying it did so in response to what was described as the ceasefire violations. It's unclear how this will end because we've seen Israel and Hezbollah in conflict for many years. Israel occupied southern Lebanon between 1982 and 2000. Hezbollah has been around for a long time, and it's not clear if Hezbollah can be removed through military means in the way that Israel is suggesting. So it's really calls into question how realistic the objective that is set is and how long this will all go on for. But the issue about Lebanon's inclusion in the ceasefire deal will have to be resolved much quicker, will have to be resolved soon.
Outstanding disciplinary report tonight from Jerusalem. I can speak now to Lebanon's Minister for Special Affairs, Sayed. Thank you for joining us here on BBC and some of the buildings, some of the people being killed.
Right, thank you. Well, as you know, there's, yesterday we had 10 minutes, 100 sites were hit by the Israelis in all over Lebanon, Beirut, in the south, in the mountains, and the like. The death toll is north of 200 people and more than 1,200 injured. So it's very high. Levels damage to infrastructure, especially in whole entire buildings in neighborhoods in Beirut, they leveled. So it was a very shocking, grave, and serious situation. We are still working calculated still people are grieving, children and the like. So this is adding more to the enormous humanitarian emergency crisis that we have been in for now. It's entering into the 6th week.
We've just seen that the Israeli military have issued an evacuation order from Beirut's southern suburbs ahead of a possible attack.
Correct. And this was yesterday, it was already attacked. And indeed, any minute now we could hear something and they move up our chairs. So it's very important for us that there be a cessation of this hostilities, that there be a ceasefire immediately. This is our government's position, the President of the Republic's position. Today they are sending to the Security Council a complaint about the grave violations yesterday hitting civilian areas. Indeed, I mean, it is a tense moment, and we still call the international community, and already many of our international friends, European Union, and most of our Arab neighbors, have condemned yesterday's attack.
The issue from the Israeli perspective is that the Hezbollah rockets continue to be fired towards them. What is the Lebanese government doing to try and stop that from happening, to try and negate the military threat from Hezbollah? Are there talks ongoing?
Absolutely, and more importantly, our government has taken historical decisions that have not happened in the last 30-40 years in Lebanon, as from August last year, which is essentially saying that all outside the hands of the control of the state are in the including the Hezbollah and any other armed group. These decisions are not easily taken in a country like Lebanon. They may seem obviously outside the world, but they're not easy, and we have stood by those decisions, and we continue to defend them. And today, in our last cabinet meeting, we in fact talked about, took a decision that Beirut, as a governorate, also must be arms free. Now, we know that our ability to implement and enforce this is we're doing everything we can in terms of the army and internal security forces, but we also have a state and armed forces which for years have been weakened. The financial collapse has reduced the salary of our army military to $200 million a month. And this is something that we really, that's why we actually also seek with our national partners strengthening and the security forces so that they can do this job.
Is it relevant to Hezbollah into this war on the Palestinians?
But again, you should address the question in Hezbollah, which was having its headquarters, its missiles, its rockets, and its drones and manufacturing facilities of drones and missiles inside that field. This is what was attacked.
And that's direct, that's hardly an ex-Israeli bombing intelligence including visitors around the world and also the UK. This is BBC News. Welcome back to the programme. Pakistan's most senior diplomat in Nottingham has told the BBC he is confident and hopeful that talks in Islamabad this weekend between the United States and Iran could turn their ceasefire into a more permanent settlement. Dr. Mohammed Faisal admitted there is a lot of distance between the two sides. He's speaking to our diplomatic correspondent, James Hunter.
How can you be so confident that you can move from a shaky ceasefire to a more permanent settlement when there seems to be so much fundamental disagreement between both sides over the ceasefire itself, over Lebanon, over the status of the Strait of Hormuz, over what was agreed about the future of Iran's nuclear stock?
I'm confident because everyone that I'm meeting is regardless of their creativity. So I'm very grateful that there is a genuine desire to desire which is a big plan. I think that desire is not here for this Pakistan minister was made a very key role in dreaming about this. So we have this desire. I'm very hopeful that we will create into something positive.
How far apart from that side there's a lot of distances. Most Pakistanis engage in
Definitely both sides have some belief in Pakistan, so that's why they are gathered on those terms. Especially in this area, the High Commission of the United States, I mean, we know how many visas to journalists, for example, to download the paper.
how comfortable are you with this
I see an interest on the design solution the Pakistan side, like the Prime Minister and the Field Marshal and my Prime Minister have been working 24/7 practically with one of this in the last, I think, more than 10-15 years. It's been very, very hectic. Everything is it's a very difficult job. We do it all the time. Finding going down, then before there are obstacles, there are tractors, there are difficulties, you have to come, but you have to persevere. So I don't think Pakistan is persevering, and we are very happy to show that we are expecting to do the job.
What is it so successful to current status of the ceasefire? You mean it's over?
Tough question. It is reasonably open, yes. There are some concerns by the Prime Minister released on the social media platform X, some violations of the ceasefire have happened. But these things happen. Once you enter into a ceasefire after a conflict, because it's very so some problems are bound.
You say that quite often ceasefires begin and there's some uncertainties, but there's one fundamental difference between both sides, and that's the situation regarding the Lebanon. Israel and the United States says the ceasefire does not cover it. Iran insists it does.
What is Pakistan's view? My Prime Minister has taken a public position in this week that announced the ceasefire categorically mentioned that so Pakistan's position is part of the ceasefire. If you read the fine text of all the statements coming out of various people, I think Lebanon, there is an agreement, that something in Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. The details will be worked out, but let's see how it plays out.
Overall, it's showing well in the
And the rule is very positive. My Deputy Prime Minister was in China maybe 4 or 5 days ago. Chinese are very keen that this should end. That is the maximum I know about that.
How long would you expect those talks to go on?
I am not in the business of it. I'm in the business of holding practice. I'm in the United States. Dancing. That this is happening and it's a cost of people for myself. I will bank on what we can do. The intent is possible. If the intent is positive, then it's genuinely can be found.
How do you build trust between both sides?
Will you not trust each time? I will assure you that there is trust between Iran and Pakistan and Israel. There is trust between America and Pakistan and Israel. The trust factor between to develop between these two will take some time. But I think we're in the right track because at least you have some credible partner which both sides who are at a conflict with each other are ready to trust.
Yeah, it's like having to diplomacy going on behind the scenes in order to go to those talks in Islamabad between the US and Iran are scheduled for potentially this Saturday. Now at 3:30 BST today we will be joining the expertise of all of our correspondents and experts to answer any questions you have on how the conflict in the Middle East is affecting the cost of living. So do get in touch, email us at yourvoice@bbc.co.uk with any questions you have around the war in Iran and how it is affecting the cost of living. Something which I'm sure will be the subject of business, which will be here in just a few minutes later.
Yeah, man, we got Browning in here, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, we do have Browning, mate. How going? Good? Okay. Big up yourself. Do you got Browning in there? Yes. I didn't put too much in there, just a bit. Don't want to get too dark, you know?
a barrel, and stocks sit at the open here on Wall Street over uncertainty about the ceasefire. The ships that stand still in the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed a day after Iran conditionally eased its blockade. And stubborn inflation, US prices remain high even before the Iran conflict, according to the Fed's preferred gauge. Plus, oil routes strain, Gulf countries push for action as tensions rise. Welcome to Business Today, live from New York. I'm Michelle Fleury. We start here in Wall Street, where oil prices are climbing again as cracks show the fragile US-Iran truce. Stocks are also lower at the open. Israel's deadly strikes in Lebanon are a key sticking point for Tehran, while tanker traffic remains snarled in the Strait of Hormuz. After easing earlier this week on hopes of resumed Gulf supply, oil is surging again with physical crude hitting record highs as refiners scramble for barrels after losing a fifth of global output for more than 6 weeks. Businesses and consumers are also starting to feel the impact. Jamaica is Co-Chief Investment Officer at Multi-Asset at Newberger Berman. Good to see you this morning, Jeff. Look, I mean, we've seen so much volatility over the last 6 weeks. What are the markets making of this at the moment?
I think each market is sending its own signal right now. So first of all, public equities have been quite resilient. And yesterday's recovery made sense when we saw the fact that there's a good tone around the ceasefire, but clearly there's still a lot of unknowns about how that will be implemented. Even the very terms of the ceasefire themselves are in question. So that's equities. The commodity markets, you just mentioned crude oil, is responding, we think, logically when we look at the fact that the strait is still basically in a de facto closure. But the third markets that I think are most important to watch in the coming weeks, and we've been watching very closely, is interest rates. Because right now what we're seeing, not only in the U.S., but the ECB, BOE, very violent moves that are happening on pricing future policy actions by central banks on whether they have to address a possible inflation threat that will persist beyond this conflict.
So, I mean, we've had a measure of inflation out this morning which shows it remains stubborn even before the conflict. We've got the CPI figures, the Consumer Price Index inflation measure, out tomorrow. Which of those are investors paying closest attention to?
Well, I mean, the PCE, as we know, is going to guide the Fed. The CPI has a heavy influence on it. We tend to look at that more closely. But right now, this is the last monthly data point we're going to have before we start to see the real-time effects of significantly higher gas prices, energy prices. And so going forward, I do think it'll be interesting to watch. And it will be a question of the duration. How long is oil elevated? So if we have another month or two of this, then we will start to see pretty meaningful impacts on headline inflation. We should caution, though, that the core CPI, the core PCE, is not going to be as affected by this because it's just not going to transmit as much, given the fact that the direct costs themselves are excluded, and the flow through other energy issues will be more muted.
So does that mean that oil is the most important signal to be followed right now?
Very much so. And so, important to look at where it clears today. We're at about $100 a barrel for both West Texas Intermediate and Brent. But it's interesting to look further out the curve based on futures pricing. That it is expected that oil will come back down to about the $75 level. And if that's the case, we are quite constructive. We think that the economy globally is resilient and could withstand that. So mid-70s pricing will be more palatable. It is a higher geopolitical premium for sure, where we were prior to the war when oil was closer to $60 a barrel.
Yeah, but obviously a lot less than where we are now. Jeff Blazek from Newberger Berman, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Now traffic through the Strait of Hormuz remains largely frozen, with only a handful of vessels moving each day since the US-Israeli war began in around on February 28. That's according to multiple ship tracking sources. Now, in the past 24 hours, just one oil product tanker and 5 dry bulk carriers have passed through the Strait. That's despite the newly announced 2-week ceasefire between Washington and Tehran. Earlier, We spoke to shipping analyst Michelle White-Hoffman at Windward, who says the near standstill highlights how fragile the situation remains and how far the region is from a meaningful reopening.
The traffic at the moment is at a trickle. It's limited to vessels that are either bringing agricultural products to and from around, so feeding its people, to making sure that Iran's energy commodities, its oil and gas, get pushed through. And there's going to be some ad hoc shipments, some crude flow through. But very much at the moment, Iran remains in control and the strait is effectively closed and nothing has really shifted. The vessels trapped there, the ship owners need gas security guarantees. They need to have the confidence that their vessels won't be attacked and that they can have safe transit for their crew. At best, I think, I know there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes to establish a humanitarian corridor, much the same like the Black Sea Grain Corridor was established with Russia's support to get Ukraine grain out after the war back in 2022. And I think, perhaps that is probably the best case scenario that may emerge in coming days.
Meanwhile, the Gulf states have issued increasingly urgent warnings after weeks of near-daily Iranian missile and drone attacks, even as they cautiously welcome the ceasefire. All 6 Gulf Cooperation Council members insist the Strait of Hormuz must reopen and that any agreement must be durable. Yet just hours after the ceasefire was announced, Iran launched dozens more projectiles at the UAE, Kuwait, Qatar and Saudi Arabia. The Gulf has stayed out of the fighting, focusing on defence, but frustration is rising with Bahrain and the UAE signalling that patience is wearing thin. Iranian Coast Guard warns any vessel sailing through the strait without permission would be targeted and destroyed, and Tehran is still considering charging a toll for transiting the waterway. Manus Cranny is geoeconomic editor at the National News and joins us now. And it's good to see you. Look, Gulf leaders are calling for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen unconditionally, but Iran is still controlling access. How much frustration is there?
I think it's palpable, and I think you see each minister give their statements here in the United Arab Emirates. Rajan Morgakashi, well known, UN meetings, he's been representative of foreign policy. It's a treacherous aggression leveled against the UAE. The Arab currency passive practices next to that is pain compared to, let's say, Dr. Sultan Al-Jamal. He's the CEO of ADNOC, I should also say, he's the chairman of IMI, work. But he said today, this is not freedom of navigation, this is coercion. And so for every day that the chip remains that Iran either charges $2 million per ship to go through, or wrangles over whether they will allow any kind of momentum to rise over the next 2 weeks, the more angst the Saudi, the UAE, the Kuwaiti, the Qataris are going to have. There's a lack of trust. Action equals trust. And trust is something that's seriously lacking even as we move into 48 hours of this negotiated ceasefire from all sides, is the theory.
I was going to ask you, given the rhetoric we've heard obviously over the last 24 hours, we saw the Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth yesterday declare victory from the US side, but yet the waterway still remains closed. I mean, are Gulf states losing confidence in sort of international security guarantees, particularly from the US?
I think these negotiations, I mean, you've been covering what's going to happen in Islamabad at the weekend. From the podium in the White House yesterday, it was, Hegseth, Kushner, and indeed the cohort who travelled to Islamabad. Nobody really knows what level of communication there's going to be, whether the direct communication. Is there a lack of confidence in the process? We simply don't know. We've got to grasp some optimism by the fact that the United States and the Iranians are travelling to Islamabad. That is step one in de-escalation. The rest of it is really political theatre and verbally out from either side in terms of our 10-point plan, we want this, our 15 plan, we want this. The Hegseth is selling to the Americans what the American administration wants to sell to them, which is we won the war and the Iranians still control these straight up Hormuz. So it's not for me to say whether there's a lack of trust, but let's put it this way. This weekend could indeed be pivotal in terms of what the true points of agreement are. And really a number of research notes, I'm speaking with this, at the end of the day, Reopening the Strait of Hormuz is going to be messy, and the president does not have all the power to lift all the sanctions, first and secondary sanctions off Iran. So it's not an easy trade. It's not going to be an easy thing to follow.
Manus Kwame, geo-economic editor at the National News. Always good to get your insights. And all this shock goes through the global economy. Governments have watched the conflict unsettle markets and weaken growth prospects. We've got a fresh wave of inflation data about to hit globally. Here in the United States, we've just had core inflation for February. It showed around another 3% rise. This is roughly in the same levels where it was before, and of course, this comes as the Federal Reserve minutes reveal growing concern that rates may need to rise again. Chris Hodge is chief economist for the US at Texas CIB. Good to see you, Chris. Look, inflation, what do you make of this morning's data?
This morning's data is useful, not necessarily just for the inflation. So, we have core PCE is 0.4%. That's about where it's been after the last few readings. That's much firmer than what the Fed would prefer, but it's not accelerating. So we should take all of this data with a grain of salt because, this is all pre-war data. But I do think it provides helpful context, particularly the personal income and personal spending data. We've seen income actually go down prior to the war. We also had the revised print for Q4 GDP. That was down as well. So I think if we take all this in context, we're looking at an economy that's on much weaker footing than we thought previously.
Chris, we've got about 30 seconds left. Talk to me about mortgages, transportation. You know that we've already seen the impact of the war there. How much is that going to feed through in the next set of data?
Well, I think consumers are in a much weaker position than we were certainly with the energy spike in 2022. And I think we're going to see increased pressure on headline inflation, increased pressure on core, but there's an offset to that. There's a demand which is going to be weaker as well. And I think that's going to keep core inflation in the 2.6 range, probably for the next few quarters or so.
Inflation will continue to remain focus not just here in the US, but around the world. That's it from us and from Chris Hodge. Do stay with us here on BBC News. Goodbye.
Yes guys, welcome to my live. Where are you streaming from? Let me know where you're watching my stream live feed from. Today is Jerk Thursday. I will jerk pork, I will jerk chicken, I will cook fish, and we have jerk wings, and so today's Thursday where guys can come and get their jerk. So feel free to like and subscribe if you haven't subscribed as yet. This is my small little kitchen that I operate from. When I finish work in the midday, I come here and I prepare some meals for my friends who come here and bought food from me. Me and my cousin, we normally do that. We do 6 days a week. Yeah. Feel free to like and subscribe if you haven't done so. And can you have a look at my playlist? Check my content out. Thank you.
Verify information, transfer disinformation, using data analysis and analytics on
These are the networks which are where life depends. Half of our gas comes through pipelines over the sea. Trillions of pounds each day is what we trade. 99% of our telecoms and data comes through cables obviously connected to the UK. So if an adversary like Putin holds those at risk, then they threaten the way that we live. They threaten our economy as well as our security. So what I've done today is to set out a very substantial UK armed forces operation alongside all the way on levels for programs which has demonstrated that we alert Putin's threat. The Middle East command the world people's attention. We can take our eye off the primary threat to the UK, which is Russian aggression and rising. It's our surface. This island is a combination of 3 submarines, and we track them 24/7 for over a month, 2 hours, to make sure that we are able to see Putin, you see what we do, we're watching you, and it means also that if there is ever any damage to our cables or our pipelines, we know we can hold Putin to account, we know he can't deny it, and it also demonstrates to people, I think, that despite full focus on the Middle East, our forces 24/7 are also doing the job of protecting our homeland and dealing with the threats that Putin poses to the wider NATO flank.
So my reading of your statement this morning was that there was one submarine sent near Britain, and that was sort of a decoy that was meant to distract you, while these other 2 submarines that are cables to kind of sort them out. Is that right?
Well, I think first, Putin would have wanted us to be distracted by the Middle East. And whilst we're defending our people, defending our allies in the Middle East, we're not being distracted from what he gets up to. And yes, we first saw an attack submarine, a Kula-class submarine by the Russian Navy, that was likely to be a decoy, but we picked up the other 2 secret submarines in order to do the operation. And we tracked both the attack submarine for as long as it was in and around our waters and those of our allies until it retreated, getting back to Port North, into the Russian high north. And then we continued to track the 2 Gooby submarines so that we were able to watch them every step of the way. And they clear to them. They were being monitored, they were being watched, and the covert operation that Putin planned had been exposed.
But they still felt that they could hang around in our waters for a whole month.
Well, they did, but then.
Because surely if they were threatened by us or impressed by our show of force, they would have done a U-turn much quicker.
Well, their purpose, remember, was a secret operation that we exposed. It was a covert operation that we watched 24/7, and a very substantial operation that demonstrated the capabilities of our own armed forces to Putin, as well as, I hope, to reassure our public. So, we had more than 500 personnel involved in this, and that was just the UK effort alone. We had 450 hours flown by our special submarine hunting aircraft, our submarine hunting frigates, so several thousand nautical miles. They did it in the most treacherous, extreme high north conditions. So it demonstrates, if you like, to Putin, we've got the capability to detect what he does, we've got the capability to deter and expose what he does, and if necessary, we will have the capability also to respond if indeed there's any damage to our pipelines or our cables.
And you can listen to that full interview with the Defence Secretary John Healey on Newscast. Just search Newscast on the BBC. And just time for a bit of royal fashion news, because Queen Elizabeth II famously arrived that she is seen to be the leader, white colours and statement outfits as a way to do just that. For the first time, a collection of some 300 items she wore over the decades will be on display in the King's Gallery at Buckingham Palace. And our senior royal correspondent Daniela Ralph is going to take a look.
Queen Elizabeth II, one of the most recognisable people in the world. Her she liked. It had to be practical, and she had to be neat. Clothes unlock memories. In every one of the late Queen's outfits was a story. She dressed diplomatically. These were from a state banquet in India in 1961.
If we look closely, it's not just about sparkle. This has messages within it because the dominant motif is the lotus flower, the emblem of India. And again, that would have been very obvious to use around the Queen, paying the compliment, paying respect to the responsibility.
The exhibition captured key moments in Queen Elizabeth's life. Her style was comfortable and practical, with an emphasis on British design and tailoring. On show is her dress from the opening ceremony for the 2012 Olympics. While highlight is a replica created by the
Just a minute.
Good
afternoon. Yes, Ross.
She went to the most famous woman in the world, Antoinette. The red wool dress and coat were cut and look of many of the Queen's choices in the later part of her life. Vivid colour featured strongly. She wore the outfit on one of the most public days of the year, Christmas at January in 2015. It was created by Stuart Carvin, a favoured designer. Stuart, those are the kind of fabrics you use to make and you use colour, which was so important as well.
Something smell nice. Something smell nice.
Going through pork. I'm hard food. Today's a pork day, no?
Okay.
Pork Thursday, sir.
Fish Friday.
Yeah, tomorrow fish Friday. No revolution, I get the fish them from today. Fry them from tonight, make them set and then tomorrow make the garnish.
Do you do a lamb day?
You know, I used to, you know. I used to do lamb day.
I can only eat once or twice a year because of the body diabetes.
Yes, that's the thing, no?
Yeah, I bought some the other day and I loved it. I've proper done it. Marinated the night before, fork it up, stab it up, right up so everything went right through.
Done.
3.5 hours slow baking in the oven, bro. Oh, it was so juicy, bro.
Yeah, but we used to do it because we used to do it on the grill outside. So the jerk come. But it's a specialty. You know them on Jamaica and them. Believe it, no? They can think of stuff. Not 30, but that's simple thing, yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah,
All right, take care.
Respect, yeah.
All right,
Come on, love, love, love. Yeah.
The late Queen would never have described herself as a fashion influencer. That's exactly what she was, in her own restrained way. Daniela Ra is the news, King's Gallery.
It's nice to see all those outfits close up and in detail. That exhibition opens at Queen's Gallery tomorrow. Plenty more coming up here on BBC News. We've got nothing here in London, and we've got Lucy in Doha with all the very latest on the situation in the Middle East. Stay with us.
Yeah, 42 pounds. And the peel for yesterday stuff. The peel for them stuff I take yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So I pay at pound. Plus some buy, so I must about 41 pounds. You can see that I read Bull on it. I read Bull. When I go now, I run valuation, I go buy it, get the fish there. Just get them on Friday, man, done for today. Best way up. What's up?
Man, I'm coming last time, but I'm put on they call it. I'm at the 9
Oh, then you have 9 last time?
No. Don't have broccoli. So I don't get hang out.
Barber shop.
Yeah.
You see, they were on the junk fork.
Yeah, man.
Burnt and geese and something, tell them, you look at something in the car, you know. When I rang me this morning.
You get them?
No, get the thing about it. That center, they accepted me. They said, don't come back. So to talk to Roger, see if we can find out.
You have something to them? Better have something to them? They are close, isn't it?
Yeah.
Them must have done, man. It's sun down there, you know.
Sun down there?
Yeah. So.
Okay, but then talk to Roger, Roger will talk to you soon.
I want to listen to without being transactional, without asking people for their apologies, but listening to them. Everything you go through, you can bring up, you can endure, and find a good place.
Container,
Yeah. Oh, plastic one then?
Yeah.
Put it like that. I'm gonna make one, man.
You should have come from Ireland.
I can't put one. Let me do something like that. I'm gonna it's money card, man. You know what I'm fucking to the friends together.
My container is nice.
Look at the man, I see I get them.
Oh.
Boy, I can't really sorry about today, man. I have cancer. Sorry. I'm going to the family. I can't look more. What I got no best, yeah.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also been seeking describing the attacks as the greatest blow to Hezbollah since the start of the war. He said the temporary ceasefire with Iran does Hezbollah, and we continue to strike with full speed. Let's bring the very latest with our security correspondent, Franklin.
Lebanon has suffered some of the worst airstrikes in its recent history as Israel pursues its war on Hezbollah. There is no ceasefire in that country, only destruction. Israel is showing no let up in its assault on Hezbollah,
which fired rockets into northern Israel overnight. Lebanese officials say more than 250 people were killed in the Israeli airstrikes. Foreign Secretary has described Israel's airstrikes as completely wrong. She's repeated calls for Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire.
We want to see an end to hostilities in Lebanon. I think that is actually the right thing to do for Israel's security as well as for the wider security of the region and of the Middle East as a whole. We urgently want to see that end to hostilities.
In Tehran today, a march to mark 40 days since Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was assassinated. Iran's deputy foreign minister insists the ceasefire includes Lebanon and that Israel's assault on Hezbollah must cease.
It was a grave violation, intentional grave violation of the ceasefire. Iran, we cannot have a cake and eat it at the same time. That was the message that Iran sent quite clearly, crystal clearly to Washington and to the Oval Office last time. And the foreign minister also said that you cannot ask for a ceasefire and then accept terms and conditions, accept the areas that ceasefire is applied to, and name Lebanon, exactly Lebanon in that, and then your ally just start a massacre.
The US Vice President says today the ceasefire between the US and Iran has nothing to do with Lebanon.
If Iran wants to let the negotiations fall apart and a conflict will never be a game over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them, and if the United States never wants them to part of ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be enough.
Marvelin, big up yourself, Marvelin. Big up yourself, I'm here.
Like this one artillery unit based in Saudi Arabia.
Ada kami?
No, me. No, come on. Yeah.
Mana make the car? This bag? Put them there flat. Mana get the car? Yeah.
I'll put them in the fridge.
Alright, so far.
So US air and naval power remain on standby. It collapses completely when this war could well resume. Spraggabenz, BBC News.
There's different Washington journal across incredibly well, and there are so many contradictory messages around the ceasefire. Certainly here in the Gulf, it feels very, very fragile, particularly when you look at what is being said about whether Lebanon is included or not. What's the narrative in Washington at the moment about how strong the ceasefire is? I think it does feel very fragile, as you say, because fundamentally the two sides disagree on what were really key parts of this ceasefire agreement. The first is the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The US says it's open, Iran says it's not open, and it's not really clear at the moment how many ships are actually getting through, what conditions they might be put under as well. Then there is this question, you touched on Lebanon as well. On the one hand, the US has been saying that Lebanon would never part of this ceasefire agreement. In Lebanon, and there has been a huge death of people around as a result of that. Iran saying that they have been categorically clear that Lebanon was meant to be part of that ceasefire agreement. Now, these are two fundamental pillars of the ceasefire. They seem incredibly shaky at the moment. You have Iran essentially saying that the US
Welcome to my live, guys. Some banana with some hard food, some white yam. That's the white yam, yeah? You can have that with jerk chicken or stew pork or jerk pork. Yeah. Yes, sir. Roger, give him a call. He just went to run front. Give him a call.
He'll back soon, yeah?
Yeah, he's going to Lucian to come up.
Alright, cool.
Yeah.
We have bonds with them which transcend centuries. So this diplomatic win or a short time win will not be in Pakistan. We are looking at finding a solution, hence take a step back and think about it, and then we move towards this. And I think before Pakistan, failure is a failure if it fails. But at least we tried. We were successful, and there is a point as we are talking, there is a point. I believe we are talking happening in Lebanon, but elsewhere things are improving.
achieving what it calls its remaining military objectives. What do these guys want to give Jamaica is embedded?
All day, emergency teams have been searching the rubble of collapsed buildings, many of them residential buildings across the country, for those who are still missing a day after those horrific Israeli airstrikes. Now, here in central Beirut, this is the scene, one of the many locations in this building collapsed, and the teams here have told us that they're searching for 4 people, including 2 children, but 24 hours later, there's very little hope that anyone can be found alive. Now, there is a national holiday here today to mourn those people who have been killed. But given how aggressive and widespread these attacks were, it was inevitable that there would be a high number of casualties. And the Israeli authorities knew it, and they decided to go ahead with these attacks. Now, there have been more Israeli airstrikes on Lebanon today, and also more Hezbollah attacks against Israel. But in Israel, the authorities are saying that there's no ceasefire in Lebanon, and that we're working Hezbollah between.
You have to take it there in Beirut. Well, BBC Verify has been tracking deadly strikes inside Lebanon since Israel's bombing campaign on Tuesday.
Israel has hit Lebanon with a wave of attacks as the US and Iran are going to assess Tuesday. The military said Wednesday was the largest attack since the began, lasting over 100 targets in just 10 minutes. The country's health ministry said at least 200 people have been killed and more than 1,000 injured. But capital city Beirut was one area that came under attack. We verified several videos of destruction in the bustling neighborhood of Israel. You can see the level of destruction from above, how much hand across the street. And on the ground, this has captured the smoke from people's footage. It's happening further away. You can see large plumes of smoke rising from the impact area. The attacks in Israel are among the dozens of strikes BBC America has been tracking across the country since February. Now, these dots represent incidents that have been either verified by us, reported by the Institute for the Study of War, or researchers at professional threats projects. Other parts of the country were targeted too, like the Bekaa Valley in the east, as well as several areas in the south. The international community of the Red Cross has condemned the local threats and said Israeli attacks came without separate event warnings. The other side of the conflict is over humanitarian military stuff, but so far hasn't provided evidence on what exactly is striking. It also said steps were taken to investigate harms uninvolved communities and military stuff. We have to influence civilians. Agreed.
Let's take you to and you shall be of the Lebanese National Bloc Party in charge of the economic release of news. Our victim was brought to the video shows that there was a possibility that activists in Beirut may run out of life-saving equipment because of the scale of what they're dealing with after the bombardment yesterday. The country was saying no living observed today. Can you just give us your feelings personally about how it is to be in Lebanon today and the response to what happened yesterday?
Yesterday was absolutely disruptive. It was a terrible day, one of the worst days. Our country, and specifically our capital city, Beirut, have lived in the last decade, maybe. We're talking about more than 100 strikes across the country, and more than 250 people killed, more or less, and hundreds of people injured. And specifically, a lot of civilian buildings targeted from the heart of Beirut. So it was mayhem, it was fear, it was terrible. The impact of the Israeli strikes yesterday will be remembered, unfortunately, for a very long time. And what's terrible in all this is that we are lost. Because as you were talking before with your Pakistani guest, we don't know. Neither our government nor Hezbollah who's fighting actually know whether we were included or not in that ceasefire. But I can tell you something, the people of Beirut and the people of Lebanon actually do know, because we have gotten bombed all day yesterday, and there's more warnings of attacks today also coming in. So we know that we are not in that ceasefire, and that we are actually victims of this war of others, of this war of axis between Iran and Israel being fought on our soil. And this is an absolute disaster. So once again, what has happened very clearly is that. So, I mean, you're asking
Doesn't know saying a massacre has happened, and if they have not done enough to disarm Hezbollah.
You know, our government is taking the right positions, but the problem is that they're not implementing them. So we call, and I specifically here want to call our government to take direct and assertive and firm action in order to make Beirut a safe city. We need to make sure that our army, we have a serious armed, well-trained army. This army needs to go into the heart of our capital city, Beirut, make sure that there are no more Hezbollah fighters, there are no more Hezbollah commanders hiding between civilians, and make sure that, you know, in the end, we reclaim our sovereignty. Because, you know, as we usually say, if you're not at the table of negotiations, well, then you're on the menu. And this is exactly what's happening now. We are on the menu of this war because we have no credible sovereign state being able, at the same time, to have a military and security initiative to prevent militias like Hezbollah from waging wars from our soil, and on the other hand, to have a solid diplomatic initiative to force the Israelis to stop their aggression, to stop their bombing, and to withdraw from our territory. So we need to take action, otherwise our country is
In terms of some of those talks, President Biden has asked for talks directly with Israel. But I note that Israel Katz, the Israeli Defense Minister, has just said that over 200 terrorists were eliminated yesterday in Operation Eternal Darkness. So that's how he refers to what happened yesterday. That all those deaths he calls them terrorists. When you have that kind of rhetoric and language coming from Israel, how can there be any belief in any kind of negotiation between Israel and Lebanon?
Israel's rhetoric is absolutely abhorrent. It is unacceptable, and it is extremely aggressive and insulting. And this is the issue that we're having, that we're going through, is that you know, it's extremely hard for people to still trust diplomacy because of this behavior and because of also the massacres that they're committing. There's a lot of civilians being killed, obviously, in those attacks. However, we don't have another choice. And we tested the military choice through Hezbollah. Hezbollah has brought occupation more than it has liberated our land. Hezbollah has brought several wars, and once again, March 2nd, it is Hezbollah that launched missiles on Israel in order to avenge cabinet. So the issue is that every time Iran goes to war, they think it's for them, but then they peaceful like the So we end up alone in this arena of wars, facing the extreme brutality of Israel that has never cared about international law, ready to destroy entire villages in South Lebanon, to bomb bridges, to bomb civilian buildings in order to destroy Hezbollah. They don't care about civilians, obviously. So we're really in between a rock and a hard place, and our only salvation is that our government only let's say, believes and asks from the army and from the security agencies to do their job. We're able to do it. We need to become credible again. We need to be at the table of negotiations. Otherwise, Lebanon as we know it is
Thank you very much for joining us on Beirut. As a reminder, this is new operation of this one of Beirut. Matthew will have more from across the region coming up. For now, it's back to you in the studio.
Lucy, thanks very much. Now, according to what you expected, the Russian submarines that were taking part in a covert operation near crucial undersea pipelines in the UK and its allies have tracked the vessels for a month before they retreated back to Russia. The Defence Secretary John Healey said the submarines could have threatened gas pipelines and internet cables on the seabed, and the UK was remaining vigilant.
Our armed forces let there be no doubt that they were being monitored, that their movements were not covert, as President Putin planned, and that their attempted secret operation had been exposed. Those Goody submarines now left UK waters and headed back north. And this operation, which lasted more than a month, has now concluded.
our defence correspondent Jonathan Deere has been giving his analysis of what we learned from Defence Secretary Kelly.
Well, let's remember, it's not the first time that Russian ships, stroke submarines have been spotted near cables that connect the UK to the rest of the world, not just internet cables, but energy supplies too. And Russia has been accused of using its shadow fleet to try to destroy some of the cables, certainly in the Baltic Sea. So this has been a long-standing concern. And this is a specific operation the Defence Secretary says has been exposed, which took over a month, and at the same time, essentially, as the US was carrying out a campaign along with Israel and Iran, the British Navy, RAF, were also studying what was Russian flying submarines to do. So it was a specific
Good morning. Boy, me a stranger. Are you a stranger? Oh, can drop call me man and call her back, you know. It's easy 1, 2, 3. That's all right. You good? Okay. You know you're alright. No.
Here at Beauty Verify, we use forensic investigative techniques and tools to fact-check stories, verify information, and counter disinformation. Using data analysis and the latest technology, our journalists examine the evidence and get to the facts. Watch our Beauty Verify reports on the BBC News channel or go online to find out more.
Welcome back to BBC News. Let's turn to our main headlines here. Iran's president says Israeli strikes on Lebanon violate the ceasefire agreement and his country will not abandon the Lebanese people. These are live pictures in Beirut showing the aftermath of the strikes. The Lebanese minister tells the BBC they're calling for an end to the fighting.
It's very important for us that there could be a cessation of this hostility and that there be a ceasefire immediately.
For here in the next half hour, BBC specialists will seek to answer your questions in a special cost of living edition of your books. Our other main headlines here. The UK Defence Secretary reveals a month-long Russian submarine operation over cables and pipelines in the North Atlantic. And the NASA astronauts are heading home with what they say is all the good original mission to the moon after travelling deep into space than any other humans. Welcome back. Now with the war around setting up oil prices and just that, everything else, we want to take a look for the next half an hour at how you, the consumer, are being affected. We're going to talk petrol, food and everything in between. We'll be live with our Your Voice Gospel Collector Smith in just a minute or two, but let us start with the commodity that's driving all those other prices up. That, of course, is oil. With these our deputy economics editor, Darshini Naik, here in the studio. Darshini, oil prices have yo-yoed over the last 4 or 5 weeks. Where are we now?
That's a very good word, yo-yo, isn't it? We're sort of just below $100 per barrel, and that key Brent crude price. Remember, prices shot up, they came back somewhat from the news of the Israeli ceasefire at the beginning of the war, but still about.
You are the right person to do all of this thing. You, trust me. You are the person. At the end of the day, regardless of how she feels and how she behaves more times than Crystal, yeah, I'm blood, you know. Anything from her to her, you know.
And it doesn't look like she's going to anytime soon, Chris, because it's all boils down to credit. So even though, as you say, yo-yo is a great word because it understands exactly what energy prices have been doing, what hasn't been doing very much is just freeze credit. And that in itself is a big warning sign that actually this could carry at the same time. Prices could stay where they are, they could go up once again. And at the same time as well, we also know that production in the Gulf region will take time to come back on stream.
Talk about perhaps what happens in weeks and months away at the moment, but in terms of global impacts, there's virtually nowhere, is there, that has been immune to what we've seen.
Well, it's globalization. I mean, you know, individual countries can benefit or lose depending whether or not they're net oil importers and net oil exporters. Like, for example, I think oil revenues doubled in the last month. But around the world, it's consumers who are paying the price. There are 2 dozen countries now have some kind of measuring to help with fuel taxes in particular, or subsidies, or things like that. We're hearing reports, for example, of things boiling over in Ireland. We've got protesters actually behaving on fuel installations, and as a result, the government to deal with that, which is one example of what's going on around the world. And of course, it's countries in Asia.
I don't pay no mind, Crystal. Just don't pay her no mind. Trust me.
There you see things like food, energy,
Regardless of what? Your mother, when you can't agree more time, you love her or she loves. And that's how it goes. That's fear no money. Not she and her mouth, and that lady, if you tell her the truth, she chat too much more time. Some things are you keep in a family, some you keep to yourself. Some things they don't tell to friends, they don't tell nobody.
Around the world, we know that, for example, fertilizer has got much more expensive. Many other commodities got caught up, and this impacts supply chain, and that means it will be several months before you feel the impact of what has happened in recent weeks in things like food, for example, or other manufactured products. So we are still got some higher prices sort of stored up in the future in other areas, but as we always say, the impact of oils around the globe really depends on the extent of the moves in oil prices and the sense which this goes on, the time scale, but also, you know, in the exploration of the escalation. So it's well documented.
There really are. Actually, thanks for taking us through all of that. Actually, mentioning today we do protests in Ireland, so let's focus on that for the next couple of minutes. Let's talk to our Ireland correspondent, Sarah Gervin. And Sarah, we've seen protests a lot centred in Dublin. Just take me through the sorts of things that have been happening at street level.
Widespread and really significant disruption across the Republic of Ireland. Since Tuesday, actually, this is now day 3 of the fuel protests, and what we've seen is many main roads and motorways being blocked and closed by vehicles, by cars, lorries and tractors, other vehicles travelling in really slow convoys and disrupting traffic that way. And as I said, it's really interrupting people's sort of day-to-day lives, and it has been since Tuesday. Now, of course, as you've been hearing, this is all about fuel prices, and just to give you an idea of what that looks like in the Republic of Ireland, it's at the minute about £1.86 for a litre of diesel, about £1.66 for a litre of petrol, of course higher and lower in some areas, but that's roughly comparable to what we've been seeing in the United Kingdom as well. But for lots of people taking part in these protests, in these blockades, lots of people sustain. They cannot work with this. Really, really unhappy with the level of support that's being offered to them. Now, we have seen a bit of a development actually in this story today in terms of how the authorities deal with protests at fuel depots and oil refineries. They said they're not going to deal with them as protests anymore, but now as blockades. We heard from the Irish Minister for Justice, General Callaghan. He said the military, the Irish Army, will be deployed to ease blockage to critical infrastructure, as he has described it. Now, we should just say there's no sign of the Army on the streets just as yet, but that is coming from the Justice Minister. And he said that the owner of those vehicles, first of all, he said they should move them right away, and secondly, he said that they should not complain later if damage is caused to them by the Defence Forces moving them. Now, over the last couple of days, there have been very high-level meetings with Irish politicians and representatives from the haulage industry, from the farming industry. Those have been described as constructive over the past couple of days, but we've just been hearing oil prices, fuel prices still in a state of flux. People very unhappy with what's being offered to them and these continuing rising prices. But at the moment, there doesn't seem to be a way forward, and as these
So, well, you know,
Let's continue with the real life impact that Smith is giving us on keeping money just give us a sense of the sort of conversations you need.
Yeah, well, welcome to Belfast. This is a tiny village Blackburn, which is in North England. We're in a really community. I would love to be able to show you the view out the window, because you can see the miles, it's gorgeous fields and rolling hills, but it's also typically it's raining, so you're just going to have to take my word for it now. This is a pub that is really in touch with its local community, because it's actually owned by one community. But 11 years ago, they couldn't find a
Come go to our business ourselves. And she ring me and I said, mommy, I said, you need to go down and go do what she needs to do and the money we she lend her. When she get back to the money, just use it and buy it. I'm going over there. She said, okay, yeah. Do that. You see if you could go out there. Because go on with your soul is like, you know, it's simplest little thing is stress and depress. Yes, thing goes up. Yeah. Is it this? Let's go with that.
Really spring everybody's got bloody spare in a place just like this. And without those customers and problems as well.
Don't wash your hair, you know. I'll get the camera. As Miss Rose was supposed to be here and she said, I just feel like we'll go get me here and wash and blow dry the camera. After so much don't cost. It's the first one. You know what you're finding.
The fuel prices have gone up, the revenues gone up so much for tractors, so we've got a lot of field work going on.
Now compliment. These are puppet. These are beck and call, innit? Now pay mother. No man. Now complain man, time I get money. One day you get money. Nah, go complain. And you not get no money, no one complain. You know that.
In the UK, we rely on nitrogen fertilizer, but all the ingredients
going back to play. So any kind of increase will be through almost immediately. So if you're a large chain with large resources, if you are doing in advance at lower prices, and then you're stopping the blow by spreading something into that over several weeks. So the rate at which prices go up can vary a lot. What you'll get is a problem few weeks, and in the UK, the price of diesel, for example, is 25% higher than a month ago. In France, it's 32% higher. In Germany, it's 42% higher, and so on. What we do know is that at some point, these prices should start to come down if the price of oil continues to retreat. We know that competition authorities in the UK and elsewhere are looking very carefully to check that there isn't any profiteering going on. In recent weeks, for example, we saw inspectors sent out to garage chains in France to make sure they were all abiding by the rules. And there's no question we will see that kind of attention. As for when prices will start to come down, we have seen oil prices retreat since the ceasefire in the Middle East was announced, but not by a huge amount. They're down by about $12 a barrel since the start of the week. Now, that will feed through into fuel prices that we pay at the pump, but it will probably be over a couple of weeks, and that's only if prices stay at their current level. If they go back up, we won't see those reductions. Another thing to bear in mind is, at the moment, as you probably heard Rahim say at the start of the programme, there is still very little traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz, so new supplies are not yet coming onto the market. And until they do, as long as that conflict and oil tankers can move through the Strait, then there's still a shortage of supply, and that means that crude oil prices and the price of refined products, including diesel and petrol, which come through the Strait, are likely to remain high. At the moment, prices are still way higher than they were at the start of the crisis. Back then, it was $68 a barrel. Now it's only like 90. So there's still a big gap. And until that comes down, then prices at the pump will remain a lot higher than they were before the crisis.
Thanks, Theo, and that's why I thought particularly in rural areas, the pain has been felt. So here in the UK, it is the rural areas that have seen home heating oil costs go up, and of course, petrol and diesel prices rising, hitting hard because people pretty much anywhere in this village is car dependent. There is a bus service, but it's tricky to get, and it's obviously not as dependable as being able to hop into the road car. So although everyone globally and right across the UK will feel the impact of the war in Iran on their commodity prices, on everything that they're buying, on basic essentials, in the rural areas, and that's being hit hard. And you're one of those who's decided to sort of change plans, which is what's happening over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, cool.
There is not much they can do to actually protect themselves. Is there?
No, and people often feel like their hands are tied, and that's the frustration. And particularly when we can't predict, we've heard it from Ashley and from Theo there saying, we don't know where the president's going to fall or if they're going to fall. There's so much diplomatically, politically, militarily that is yet to be decided. But we do know that economically, lots of those price increases have already been baked in. So whether or not people want to, they're going to need to adjust their budgets over the coming weeks and months. The fact that we will be paying a lot more petrol, diesel, for our energy bills, and of course for our food prices as well. And that does have a knock-on impact on businesses. And do you know, it makes a real difference if people are spending £50 less here in this place, when it's such a small community. That has a knock-on impact on community employment and the hours that those washing up in the background can be paid for. And again, that's people living near the beach.
Real quick one, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, because the people, they talk to you, they want your
Yes, yes. Oh, you. Go on.
Never saw like me.
No, sir.
You have a fried fish.
Good pork.
You have fried fish.
Fried pork. You like that?
Give me that fried pork. I want to do some what do you call it? Yeah, no, but you know, use mostly garlic. But that time is nice. Put the pork in one container and use mostly garlic. And then you fry it after himself. Nice.
You fry that one?
You got hot air and pepper. You got hot air and pepper in the supper. Hello. How are you?
What?
On the command.
Yo! Youngster! Matthias.
You get ball. Yeah?
Yo, me done. Yo! What me done? Good? Ah, yeah. Oh, it's good. Good. Come touch. Come touch. Sit there, more, sir. Come on there.
You know.
So I'm going to play.
Yeah. From the allotment there.
What are you going to eat? From the allotment?
Yeah, man. You plant it, the only thing that's cooking already is garlic. Things that I try to clean up now. And at the end of the day, time too cold, man. I go over there.
English man,
Yeah.
what is that? We have a British passport here. English man.
Yeah, man.
That's all I'm going. You see what you say? Why I think negative about go over the life in the UK test. You say, I'm going to go there. It's fine, man. I think negative this one. Yeah.
You don't like me, don't.
You know what, man? They're not going to
I do work on question them to
Big now. Listen, I'm changing that because if you want to not find them. If you want to not find them. Because I don't want it more. When I want to change that one, but this one time ago, at 24, 25, I give you that, but I change that one, I take out that
20.
20, understand?
18.
18, yeah.
No, you get 20.
20.
But you're supposed to get 18. No, you get 24 questions.
Yes.
If you get 18 right, you pass.
Yes. Simple. You know what man feel? Just have a kid of I'm go there and see and I'm
my time I just read one book from the man sign and sit there and go and paper. Go post yeah.
They were pretty from send them at time, use them out to 2 times, and then fail.
No, Dennis in there, some of them choosing them, ask me for him.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
Where's your boy? Hey boy, you come here, call the boy. Why don't you want to we know? Why don't you mind the man? Why don't you pay the man? Can you have one more beer? Come over here, I'm going to pay the man. What are you doing?
Tyson flat you up.
Who?
Chester, yeah.
What's up, Chester? I don't think Chester, man.
Chester, the same run, man. She said she wanted more baby. Chester, I tell her.
Chester, I know what I have. Old father, you know.
Yeah, I see him. You see him then on the road?
What can you see then? Is he not?
I see him a black girl.
See him? I don't know. Inside him, yes. Why not come check that today?
Yeah?
Relax, I call him. I said, what we do, man? We treat them as well. Hey, boy, what happened?
If you're afraid, you can
My
find
tax.
Yo, big man. Hey, boy, all right, good?
I look for my friend tomorrow. She said, I'm going to come look for me.
That was a fireplace? Fireplace, huh? Okay, man, fireplace. Wait.
When you start to eat the fish, you can find some fish.
Put it in there. She's not even people where he's there. Put it there.
How come?
Nobody.
You must have put up in the
Simple
house.
thing, man.
Must have put up in the house.
Come here, you know. You don't know, eh?
Must have put up in the house, please.
Yeah.
So we take it and drop it in the water. Take it and drop it.
Oh, that's what I'm doing. Okay.
Yeah, man, not more than a second.
Let these messages out.
No, my hands up.
Hey, boy, man, ready?
You know where the ball coming back. You have to take this man and run around that side. And get us slap here. Slap here. Like, no. Not ready. Put it in.
Where is it now? Come on, get it now. Come on, get it, come. Oh, that's right. Hey, come on, get it. Watch it. Ah! Okay.
And as I said, there's slap here. Don't come here. I don't know where it's coming. You know where that's coming. The animal boil already and
Yeah, man, yeah. One weekend, I think I'm going to
alright.
Yeah, man, I'm boil already. Let's come first.
That cook already.
Yeah.
I go down there and that town. 6. Hey, that's what I'm saying. It's on the right time. I'm not doing right now.
Sea bream. Like sea bass.
Sea bass. There's no white sea bass outside. That's right. I need to do the thing before me. Alright, say yes to this, brother.
Right, there was stories in Gulf today. visiting his allies in the UAE and Bahrain. He's keen to emphasize that his conflict and defense and Hezbollah artillery based in Saudi Arabia. On the troubled Strait of Hormuz, the UK is also leading a working group on how to keep it open. Iran wants the cards here. It has dropped over its side. But President Trump has posted on Truth Social a warning that he wants the ceasefire fully complied with. If for any reason it is not, he said, which is highly unlikely, then the shooting starts, bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. So US air and naval power remain on standby. If the ceasefire collapses quickly, then this war could well resume. Spraggabenz, BBC News.
So let's go back to our Middle East correspondent, which he said is update on the scene of a building destroyed by those Israeli strikes.
All day, emergency teams have been searching the rubble of collapsed buildings, many of them residential buildings across the country, for those who are still missing a day after those horrific Israeli airstrikes. Now, here in central Beirut, this is the scene, one of the many locations in this building collapsed, and the teams here have told us that they're searching for 4 people, including 2 children, but 24 hours later, there's very little hope that anyone can be found alive. Now, there is a national holiday here today to mourn those people who have been killed. But given how aggressive and widespread these attacks were, it was inevitable that there would be a high number of casualties. And the Israeli authorities knew and they decided to go ahead with these attacks. Now, there have been more Israeli airstrikes all around today, and also more Hezbollah attacks against Israel. But in Israel, the authorities are saying that there's no ceasefire in Lebanon and that the war against Hezbollah continues.
Since Israel intensified its bombing campaign inside Lebanon on Tuesday, BBC Verified has been tracking those deadly strikes. Our Verified correspondent, Melanie Thomas.
Israel has hit Lebanon with a wave of attacks since the US and Iran agreed to a ceasefire on Tuesday. The Israeli military said Wednesday was the largest attack since the war began, striking more than 100 targets in just 10 minutes. The country's health minister says at least 200 people have been killed and more than 1,000 injured. The capital city of Beirut was one area that came under attack. We verified several videos of destruction in the bustling neighborhood of Israel. You can see the level of destruction from above, how it pounds across the street. And from the ground, this eyewitness captured the smoke from people fleeing. And as they move further away, you can see large plumes of smoke rising from the impact area. The attacks in Israel are among the dozens of strikes BBC Verified has been tracking across the country since Wednesday. Now, these dogs represent incidents that have been either verified by us, reported by the Institute for the Study of War, or researchers at the Critical Threats Project. Other parts of the country were targeted too, like the Bekaa Valley in the east, as well as several areas in the south. The International Committee of the Red Cross has condemned what they call death and destruction, and said Israel's attacks came without effective advance warnings. The IDF said it was targeting Hezbollah command centers and military sites, but so far it hasn't provided evidence of what exactly it was striking. It also said steps were taken to mitigate harm to uninvolved individuals as much as possible. We asked Israel how it warned civilians. It didn't respond.
Israeli delegations expected to be sent to Pakistan today to begin negotiations with the US. They're set to meet Vice President Jenny Vance in Islamabad on Saturday. Proposal by Iran, where there is still confusion about exactly what those points are. There are also questions over whether it was agreed for Lebanon to be part of the ceasefire that was actually reached, or what the agreement actually includes. Our diplomatic correspondent James Lando has been speaking to Pakistan's High Commissioner to the UK.
How can you be so confident that you can move from a shaky ceasefire to a more permanent settlement when there seems to be so much fundamental disagreement between both sides over the ceasefire itself, over Lebanon, over the status of the Strait of Hormuz, over what was agreed about the future of Iran's nuclear stock?
I'm confident because everyone that I'm meeting
his desires that there should be a solution. So I'm very hopeful when there is a genuine desire. This desire is a big challenge. I think this desire is one of the so you have this goal. I'm very hopeful this will work.
We shall bring a thicker jacket. So we shall bring a thicker jacket. Why? I'm getting colder, man. Get colder, man. Drink a rum. That'll take too long to go down, you know? It's cold. I'm feel that time warm, so I'm not carry nothing thicker than this. When I get away, you know? Buy this fish material. I never do one in pork and all them. Like already they can come out, right?
Yeah, I take off chicken. Let me put 5 nuts.
For recent years, that made abundantly clear that history is alive and kicking. Therefore, Europe may not think in spheres of influence.
Hey, can you buy me about six sea bass?
The project has all been ready to use force.
Oh. Okay, okay. So that's all right. All right. So, all right.
Can't buy the Mohammed. Didn't I? What's up, brother? Not to go.
Huh?
Want to go?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. You alone have to go to pan, but when put the pork in it? This something else. Oh. Oh.
And this will help to ensure that the future is not an alliance in which allies are unhealthily dependent on the United States, and which the United States knows that it has capable partners who are ready, willing, and able to defend our freedom and security. Those investments are already laying the foundation for a stronger Europe and a stronger NATO, for a genuine partnership and the security that our freedom deserves. These investments are crucial. And allies are moving quickly to secure the projects, grow their armed forces, and fuel the capabilities we know we need. But even with this progress, it is clear we will need more. More high-end exclusive capabilities to defend against the polar missiles our adversaries are employing against Kyiv and Tel Aviv. More scalable, adaptable drone interceptor technology. And here, Ukraine's hard-earned battlefield lessons are saving lives beyond its own borders. At this moment, allies on NATO's eastern flank and our dear friends in the Gulf are defending against Russian and Iranian drones, thanks in part to Ukrainian technology that did not exist even 1 year ago. So business as usual will not reach this moment. And allow me here to applaud President Trump for his bold leadership and vision. The United States, and this is just an example from last week, just announced a framework agreement to triple production of certain types of Patriot missiles. And this is absolutely crucial. It is no example of lack of leadership. And it is essential to rethinking our magazines and building the arsenal of freedom. As I look towards the Ankara summit, I'm confident NATO collectively and allies individually will similarly act to break down barriers and unleash the potential of the defense industry on both sides of the Atlantic. So, the money is flowing. Industry and government will cooperate to ensure that money translates into the capabilities we need. Why then? Does everyone in this room have a not in the stomach? Why? When we turn on our televisions or scroll on our phones, do we see eager early drafts of this alliance is not listening fast and later. As I'm not saying the United States. Allies recognize, and I recognize, we are in a period of profound change in the transatlantic alliance. Europe is assuming a greater and fairer share of the task we're providing for its conventional defense. And from that, there will be no going back, and nor should there be. This is a move from unhealthy codependence to a transatlantic alliance grounded in true partnership. For increased investments and improved production to matter, we must be accompanied by a mindset shift. That mindset shift is well underway. But these shifts are often only fully appreciated with the benefit of time. And the space between can be precarious. Let's consider the most recent events. But at the same time to provide the logistical and our support the United States needed in Iran, some allies were a bit slow. In fairness, they were also a bit surprised. To maintain the element of surprise for the initial strikes, President Trump opted not to hear from allies ahead of time, and I understand. The last year, across Europe today, is allies providing a massive amount of support, basic, logistics, and other measures to ensure the powerful U.S. military succeeds in denying Iran a nuclear weapon and degrading its capacity to export chaos. Nearly the Atlantic Center, allies are doing everything the United States is asking. They have good and are responding to President Trump's request. The United Kingdom is a kingdom of a coalition of countries that are allowing the military, the political, and the economic tools that will be required to ensure free passage through the Strait of Hormuz. This is evidence of a mindset shift. And right now, European allies play leading roles in NATO's operations to secure our eastern flank, the Baltic Sea, and the Arctic, acting rapidly to field personnel, aircraft, naval vessels, and more, to bolster our security in the face of emerging threats in these regions. When Russia MiG-31s crossed the Estonian airspace last fall, it was European aircraft, Italians in the lead that by cities and streets that turned them down. The flock of Russian drones wandered miraculously into almost around the same time, and proud to say there was a Dutch F-35 that fired a shot that took down the wing. Secretary Rubio was spot on, but he says that an alliance cannot be a one-way street. It was not a one-way alliance. US, European, Canadian troops fought and struggled throughout the crucial front. And parties, that every day, as we speak, US, European, and Canadian troops continue to train and deploy in support of the shared security. I'm confident that a stronger Europe, a stronger NATO, will not take Europe leadership for granted. On the 40th anniversary of D-Day in 1984, standing atop the cliffs of Grand River, where the U.S. 2nd Ranger Battalion had fought to carve out a toehold on the continent, President Reagan offered an act of reflection. It was good and fitting to renew our commitment to each other, to our freedom, and to the alliance that protects it. NATO is changing, thanks to American leadership and a collective commitment to ensuring continued freedom and security. NATO is growing stronger. Thanks to the mindset shift that is happening, I see a true partnership on the transatlantic horizon. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted, Reagan famously said. As we brave this new path before us, I'm confident that together, the United States and its allies in NATO will deliver on our shared commitment to secure our freedom today, tomorrow, and well beyond.
Please welcome to the stage Policy Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Ms. Rachel Hall.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General, for those remarks and for being with us here at the Reagan Institute today. It's a real honor to host you during your visit to Washington. Your remarks have given us a lot to talk about, and in particular, you've already addressed, as we say in the U.S., the elephant in the room, about the knot in the stomach, about the future of the transatlantic relationship and the NATO alliance. Understanding, of course, that with your visit to the White House yesterday, your meetings with President Trump, Secretary Rubio, of course, in many ways, diplomatic conversations must remain private in a certain extent in order to work. What can you share with us from those conversations as we think about the future of the alliance?
Well, I mean, as they would say in diplomatic circles, these conversations were frank, you know. Pretty good. Let's go because we're very much friends here. I mean, the president and myself, we like each other. We've been friends for many years now. And I'd rather have the conversation on the table instead of tiptoeing around it. I sense is disappointment about the fact that he felt there's too many allies were with him. And I explained to him yesterday, I said, Mr. President, clearly the overwhelming majority of Europeans have done what the US asked of them and what was previously agreed in these circumstances. And yes, sometimes it takes a bit of time. We have coalitions in Europe, we have sometimes the global form to take care of it, but sometimes it takes a couple of days. But then we pull together and almost all of Europe did. For the US to project power on the world stage through its partners in Europe, and NATO is there, of course, to protect the Europeans, but also to protect the United States. As Johan Steur, the Norwegian Prime Minister, said, these huge nuclear submarines of Russia are not there to attack Norway. They are there to attack the United States. And it's thanks to the alliance that we are able to make sure that they are not able to get in a position to do that. So, and this is just an example where both the US mainland and Europe stay strong and safe because of the alliance. So it was a good conversation. It was open and candid. And I clearly felt his disappointment, which, again, to a certain extent,
the president certainly made his disappointment clear. He's invoked renewed calls for the U.S. to potentially withdraw from NATO. Important to remember, though, that the challenge of America's participation in NATO itself is not necessarily something new. I'm always reminded of your earliest predecessor, the very first Secretary General of NATO, said that the challenge of the alliance, maybe the purpose of NATO is keeping the Russians out and the Americans in. What case did you make to the president about keeping the Americans in, and what case did you make to the American people about why NATO matters? What's the value proposition to the Americans?
Well, let's start with sometimes the wrong value proposition. The wrong view of this, I feel, I mean, I'm always involved, but let's set that debate, is that NATO was founded because the United States didn't want to repeat the mistake after the Second World War of isolationism, which was the case after the First World War. A famous speech by Churchill, late December in the US Congress, they said, again, for the second time in the 20th century, the long arm of history reaches out to the new world to come to the defense of the old. And let's not repeat that mistake. That was one reason to create NATO. But the main reason to create NATO is there because there is a case to be built for Europeans, for transatlantic community as a whole, including the United States and Canada, to stay safe. And for the United States to stay safe, you need a secure Europe, yes, but you also need to secure Arctic. You need a secure Atlantic, because otherwise the Russians and others might pose a threat. And you know by now, let's not be naive about this, that you cannot separate what happens in the Indo-Pacific from what happens in the Atlantic. There is China and North Korea and the Russians working together with Iran. When it comes, for example, to the war effort, unprovoked war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, they work together. This is worldwide. We have to work together. I'm not pleading for NATO to expand to the Indo-Pacific, but the fact that we have the close cooperation now with Japan, with Korea, South Korea, with obviously Australia, New Zealand, I think it's everything. So, for all these reasons, if my family lives in the United States, they are partly Americans anyway by birth, and also have moved here after the Second World War. They deeply sense that for the U.S. to stay safe, we have to stick together, and we need to stick together.
One of the things that we do at the Reagan Institute is public opinion polling among the American people, and our latest data before a couple months ago, before sort of the current moment with Iran, especially. The majority of Americans have a favorable view of NATO, 70% in our latest poll, which is actually 10 points above its usual number in the U.S. And the majority of Americans also oppose withdrawing the U.S. from NATO. So some of those messages, I think, are resonating with the American people. Let's turn to Iran and talk about the state of play there. You said in your remarks that it's good that the Iranian Inflation Revolutions and Spraggabenz. Share with us, if you can, some specifics, as you understand what countries, you said some countries are stepping up, others not so much. Which countries are stepping up? What are they going to deliver in the Strait formulas? And what can we do about the countries that are not yet at the table?
Yeah, so I think two elements to my reaction to answer. One is that there's always been a long-standing position of NATO that Iran should not get its hands on a nuclear capability, but also not on a ballistic missile capability. And the fact that under US leadership, those capabilities have been severely degraded is good news. Existential news for Israel, existential news for the Middle East, but also for the world. I know there are those who need it to continue the negotiating track, but listen, we know what we're supposed to do. But then we negotiate so long that that's not of the government's hands on nuclear capability, then it's too late. So make it always be clear that Iran should not be able to take its hands off those capabilities. So then, when the US started the campaign in late February, last Saturday in February, there are long-standing arrangements and agreements with European allies of the flight in Beijing. There are examples of European countries that shut down their commercial airports because they had opposed tanker planes from the US. Finally, this is the deals they made before. This is exactly what we did. This is the US also being able to make deals, as I said, for Europe to be a part of production platform for the United States. And this is part of the deal. Not all European nations, but most did sometimes with a little bit of delay. And there I think part of the explanation is the fact that the president wanted to maintain elements of surprise, which I totally understand. But it also meant that there was no longer private transportation, so they had to scramble to understand what was happening and then to scramble. When it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, it was Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, who took the leadership role there. He said, we have to bring together a coalition of countries which is able collectively to make sure that the principle of free shipping, of free travel on our seas, uncrossed, is upheld. And obviously that means with the United States together discussing the what, the where, the when of the mission. But this is about practical support. It is about, to take my country, the Netherlands, about yesterday, it will probably be about mine hunters, it will be frigates, it will be about radar technology. And so each country is now looking for what they can do to contribute to this, to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is. Of course, in these early days, it's only, as you said, right, it's like 2 days to the ceasefire, so we have to see what happens with the shipping lanes as we now go forward day by day. I know the president is very keen on making sure that the sea lanes are open as soon as possible. But this is practical support. One, with the campaign itself, and now in the next stage, to make sure that this principle of free shipping is maintained. And this is why we have allies and coalitions. This is not only NATO nations, this is including Japan, Korea, Australia being part of this, countries like Bahrain and UAE and the Gulf, part of this, but of course the overwhelming amount of countries is from.
There are reports that the president's considering pulling U.S. troops out of specific NATO countries as punishment for those that have not stepped up to support U.S. efforts in Iran. Traditionally, U.S. force presence in Iraq is thought of as a deterrence asset. What is your assessment of what the impact would be if U.S. troops are in position?
But generally, I mean, I totally understand that over time, the U.S. wants more and more to pivot towards the Pacific. This is not the reason why Europe has to step up. That is the period for independence. And we've got more interdependent with the United States. Within the alliance, a stronger Europe and a stronger NATO, as I said. What is important, of course, over time, we will achieve that goal. Is to make sure that and the U.S. is, over time, making sure that they also take care of the threats in the Pacific. And of course, here, that is not a way where actually central capabilities that we stay strong. of the alliance have committed to the 5% related to South Asian. We need the credible path to get there. So not just simmering around the 2% and then 2034 all of a sudden we go from 2 to 5. No, it has to be a credible path. This is one of the things we will do for Africa will focus primarily on industrial production. But of course, we will also celebrate these good numbers, but also make sure that as an alliance collectively we reach that credible path. The good thing is, this is what my predecessor has told the work that when you had to raise defense budget of 2%, this was a big table from the area, 2%. Now, this 5%, including the 3.5% for defense spending, 1.5% of defense-related spending, is deeply rooted in the plans which are there, basically saying when Article 5 will be triggered, hopefully never, but if it will never be triggered, and there is an attack on extraterritorial, who will do what, when and where, and what is needed. So Africa, my country, the Netherlands, Germany, everybody knows this is the list of requirements from NATO, and that list of requirements, when you add it all up together, in the core defense spending with 3.5, almost 25%, that's about the number you need. Maybe a bit more in some game, a bit less, but it is moving around 3 or 5, for example, and also core defense, 5 for the overall defense. So every country knows what they need to do, so it's not just spending more. The problem is the defense industrial production. And that's a problem here in the United States, it is a problem in Europe, shipbuilding in the United States, but also in Europe, an issue the Chinese have now more ships trading than the United States have shipping. And we know that the Chinese are heavily investing in defense. Of course, we look for Russia, comes from our adversaries, but let's also be watchful of China. So for all these reasons, there is this big issue of the defense industrial operation. I predict that over time, we will see parts of our industry, maybe in the US, but maybe soon even in Europe, move into more of a wartime mindset. Not to prepare for the war, but to make sure that you are able to refill the stockpiles, also making sure that use of the traditional industrial base, not only of the defense industry. Because we are really in a tight race. We have to get this right race.
When it comes to that industrial cooperation across the transatlantic alliance, moving, as you said in your works, from unhealthy codependency to partnership, what does that look like? What in particular, speaking to American audience, primarily we have lots of defense industry, CEOs and executives in the room as well. What do you need to see from the American industrial base in order to build that healthy partnership that you're looking for, either from industry partners or from the U.S. government?
Well, first of all, virtual war. Put in the extra shifts, put in the extra production lines, where necessary, build new factories. Please don't talk about 10-year contracts, because you know the US system, you have a 1-year cycle, and the European system, you have a length cycle. What's here 4 years, but the money is there. I mean, you just mentioned the 20% increase, where look what Europeans are spending in the US. It was 10 billion in 2020. It was already 43 billion in 2024. Buying from Europe into the US industrial base, and that will massively increase. Let alone what the US will need for itself to buy, given the huge increase of the defense budget here in the United States and most completion. So do this, and then secondly, work together. And I know there are many examples of US companies investing in Europe, setting up factories, for example, factories in southern part of Bavaria to produce interceptors, and there are many examples, also European companies like Thales, like Leonardo, so many cases. I mean, many companies from Turkey, for example, investing in the US, working together. So there is this transatlantic defense industrial base, and there is no way you can separate it. There's actually no way, because the only one who will benefit from that is Russia in the short term and China in the longer term. We have that.
I'm going to have to questions from our audience here in the next couple of minutes, but to round out my questions to start, let's turn to Ukraine. 2 questions on Ukraine. Number one, General Petraeus, retired U.S. General Petraeus, has said in an interview earlier this week that he thinks Russia no longer has the upper hand, that over the last several months the Ukrainians have made greater incremental gains than the Russians. Do you agree with that assessment? Is Ukraine winning the war? And number 2, you've been engaged with President Zelensky, President Trump, on the peace process in Ukraine. Again, without betraying confidences, what gives you hope, and where are you worried about the future of the war in Ukraine?
Well, on the first question, I'm afraid each month, up to monthly 30,000 to 35,000 people dead or seriously wounded. Can you imagine? I mean, the Soviets in the 1980s lost about 20,000 in 10 years in Afghanistan, and now they're losing this in 3 weeks. So this is massive, and this cannot, this has to reach somehow Moscow and St. Petersburg. We cannot try to obtain this with the parts of Russia, which will not be reached by the General Meeting. So that will have an impact on Russia. But on the other hand, still overall, the front line is moving in the wrong direction, extremely slow against extreme cost. And the Ukrainians are staunchly defending themselves, and they're using the latest technology. I mentioned in my introduction, the drone technology, and this gives an immense power, of course, and also when it comes to drones and anti-drones, they really have an background. But more generally, you still see very slowly that the movement is in the wrong direction. If you are pro-Ukraine like I am, anti-Russian. When it comes to the second question, I still think we need the second force, the peace deal. And this is what President Trump was driving. He brought together with Putin last year. I get engaged with him. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are working on to work together with Marco Rubio to get this done. And we all understand that the key to unlock this is for Ukraine to know that after the peace deal, NATO membership not being on the table for the moment. That there will be huge security guarantees in place, so strong that they know that the Russians will not try to attack again. And early January in Paris, under President Macron's leadership, we had a meeting with all the countries part of the coalition already, including the key instructors with the United States. We agreed on the 3 layer approach. Layer 1 is the Ukrainian armed forces. They have to be the strongest possible, with great and huge investments from Europe and the US to make sure they can defend themselves. Second layer being the coalition of the willing, so that's primarily Europe, but also some non-European nations. And the third layer being the United States providing the backstop to that coalition. And that is a very strong package of security guarantees. And this is key to unlock the debate on what is some of the landing ground for a peace. Well, of course, you need two to play tango. Also, Putin has to play a role. And of course, this is also testing how serious he is in getting this done.
There's an argument that the U.S. military footprint in Europe is misaligned to the current threat, thinking beyond Ukraine as well. But as today, Washington Post columnist Mark Teasley was arguing almost for years that the threat from Moscow is moving east and U.S. force presence should move with it. What's your view? Is NATO's eastern flank vulnerable, and should we have more allied forces positioned in places like Romania?
Well, of course, again, on my predecessor, what happened is that in all the countries of the eastern flank, we have now what we in NATO partner now call the foreign land forces. And these are military country forces defending, helping to defend, for example, Latvia, where it is Canada taking areas, Estonia, the UK is taking the Poland, the US is taking these on, and Lithuania, where my country, the Netherlands, is active under the leadership of Germany. So this is one way to ensure that all these countries in the eastern flank have, in addition to their own national armed forces, and of course the overall NATO provide protection, that they have what they need to defend themselves. And of course, you always have to be make use of your resources, which are always limited in the best possible way. So this is the debate we want to do it, and we gradually deploy what is the best way to do it. I leave that one out to the delivery, and we have, by the way, with Alexis Spraggabenzeny Jerk, Bridge, the new Supreme Head of Command in Europe, and also commander of the US forces in Europe. We have an amazing senior Lieutenant General with this person, because this team has seen was the best way to use all the resources available from the US, from Europe, to protect them.
Last question for me before we go to the audience. Let's end by talking about earnings. You, President Reagan, in your remarks, you've done some in Europe, you've done some in the meetings with President Trump. Reagan's legacy
Man, come on Thursday. Man come on Thursday. I want to get a guy airport Friday and the man comes on there.
I don't know him. Yeah, Mr. Raja put up.
You know, man, I'm saying, you mean, come, you know, come good, man. Come, my friend, man. You know him good.
You know, and the picture of me.
You know him good, man. You know, big up, you know him good. Everywhere Raja has something there. I have a Raja Fred.
I ended up selling at the bar.
Yes, even a Raja bar. With daddy, everything in there. Come on, you know him good. Maybe you picture them put up in a scene good. But you know him so fucking good, bad man. A Thursday man there already, you know. Last week Thursday, no bad man. And the man go to Jamaica Friday, you know. I'm there, man. One of them for last night, we're going to crash the Jamaica, man.
It is really interesting just the way he frames so much of the conversation because he has been criticised for that in part in terms of just the amount of support he has given Donald Trump for undertaking the war with Iran without consulting any of the allies. We're listening to that Eileen Wells in Washington. Eileen, give me your analysis.
I think he was trying to show a really powerful line here and essentially drive people past these happy after we've heard days, weeks of Donald Trump railing against NATO, saying that NATO countries weren't there for the US when the US needed them. He appeared to be praising, I think Donald Trump quite extensively, praising the US's war in Iran, essentially saying this was making a lot safer. He argued that he was in support of US efforts to try and deny Iran the capabilities to produce a nuclear weapon in the future. He also praised, for example, fast efforts by Donald Trump to encourage other NATO countries to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. He also, though, and this is where I say I think he was towing a careful line here, was keen to try and pick up European countries, for example, that are part of NATO as well, saying that while they might have been, in his words, slow to respond to the conflict immediately, he said, to be fair to them, there was a degree of surprise because Donald Trump didn't tell about the strikes before they faced in Iran. But he did say that there was now massive support coming from European countries to support.
Rice, Dada.
I think you can see here is him essentially
Send them on the outside now.
because on the one hand,
It's a pass through, you know?
using NATO countries and not doing enough to support the US now. Many pointed out that they were not the alliance. So while the UK, for example, have offering use of their bases to provide defensive capabilities, they haven't joined the offense against Iran in this particular conflict. I think, though, as well, he is conscious that there is concern among NATO allies in Europe and the UK as well that Donald Trump's rhetoric suggested that
Oh, that's what I tell. Eh? That's what I tell me yesterday.
You see picture?
Yeah, that show me the picture.
Yeah, man, you know him good.
Raja Virgin.
Yeah.
And Raja job my airport.
Raja went there Thursday. Raja to my airport Friday morning. I'm over, trust me.
Red man. I went in there yesterday.
The day before
Mm.
crushed.
I went there part the pork and pork stew. Still pork.
So, yeah, so pork.
Pork and I want to mix into my chicken wing, you know.
Yeah, that's about my same one.
Yeah man. So you want to call this, yeah, you want to call this stew pork and a couple of the chicken.
Yeah, that's right, and I think it's very hard to tell really what might have gone on privately in that conversation between him and Donald Trump. Certainly, as I say, he's keen on this public platform to
No, talk about anything about
say that they are friends, that yes,
Huh?
Donald Trump
What's about
everything?
What's the name of it? Yeah.
working well together. It is very hard to say how
Which part is that?
Oh, some bad man about town.
because we don't know whether in private there were slightly harsher words exchanged.
I'm far from the yard, man.
Donald Trump's threats on the world stage also
I wish I could live with it.
Tony, right?
things directly publicly and on social media.
Man, it's sorry, so I'm
We were just listening to the moderator posing some questions to Mark Chris
to the audience to follow suit, so we'll return to that in the next little while. But Native Secretary after talking about the line of the well.it here in Washington studios.
Little, 3 of the wings and little. 3 wings and little steel pork, yeah. Yeah. A little steel pork. That's right.
Oh God, boy, I don't know. No. But they have, Bobby, you know, some man always drink. I never feel for drink, I never feel for eat.
Virgin man.
I'll tell them, man. Huh? Yeah, I'm not tell them, man.
And the timing, you know?
Yeah.
Just the man to that man.
We're not supposed to cut.
Yo.
Yeah, move.
They sit down and support her. Go down to the shop with the barber shop with man, eh? And down at the barber shop, they all of them done the last night. But right now, all the frost. All the frost.
Virgin.
No, tell them, man, just come to England over there and do a lotion, man. Man, Metro. And Big Brother, I was right at best friend, you know.
Oh, and Big Brother, okay.
But Joe, when Roger play basketball, man, everything when Roger, Roger is same clothes when you like Roger. So when Roger come with the whole part thing you get from his sport club, them, and Big Brother get it. And the man back again for Roger for war, Roger have to beat him with the iron and then he call police for Roger. So come on, Roger the Virgin, you know.
Okay.
Life. King pick by one flash of brother, man, so let's bomb buck like, man. Milk shit. Okay, this one come on, boy. Never come on, man. Come on, boy. When you have money, come on.
General, man. General.
Come on, that's a brand if you drink. Let me see you. You good?
Yeah. They were not quiet, you know.
Come, let's go all of it, man. I'm mash up.
You only put them there, sir. You only put them there, you know you might put them in there.
You see that? Oh, that mess it.
Can't give me half. I left it there. And I might use it.
Yeah, I use it, but still. I use it. But still, something about use the rest. Turn the fish down, relax and bring it down. I was 10 o'clock. I was 10 o'clock. I come back spend an hour.
What's my thing? This.
No. You know, so only to put on the powder season, and then after put it on the garnish.
Pepper the garnish.
Pepper the garnish.
You have extra pepper?
Yeah, man, pepper almost there, man. Ready? That's all I put on it. And the pepper garnish. Whatever you make some garnish. See?
Yeah.
And just pepper in it. When I put in the garnish. You can't put them off, you do different. Think you want pork? Amen. Not going to do it for me.
Real hard food.
I'm going to put it now. What's the guy say? The guy says, "Oh, we got for you, we got for me." If the person ever said, "I'm doing this."
Everything, man. Are you? That's the answer. Where's the other side?
Where's the other? Half food today? Yeah, we have some rest. We did food.
Alright. Alright, good. We keep not doing this. One shot in there, I go say boy, them man. That's good man. One of a time, man. I don't know the time, man.
No.
Yeah.
Rice.
Rice on microwave.
Yeah.
Sometimes steam rice on microwave.
Yeah.
Just one portion. One portion. Put on my glasses, Yeah. Check out roughly 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Yeah. Put salt outside the same half the time. Put the same time.
One time I'm done. One small amount of rice with chicken. Yeah.
Alright,
That there, yeah.
I'm gonna half pot of rice.
It's a half pot of
Yes.
UK defence secretary reveals
from a miracle or something from a, I don't know what it is. You know, so the earth round.
Yeah.
They say the earth round and water still up on the earth and not going away now.
Yeah, run out, no way. Yeah, one place.
I don't hold my water there. On the earth there, no. Hold it.
What do you best man around someone?
Nah, but no way. We don't understand. So how it grows? I don't.
Only God knows, mate.
Not a woman.
Yeah.
Nigeria.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
For the US to protect power, all three world states, still its partners, and NATO is there, of course, to protect European people, but also to protect the United States.
It's like in Washington and John Anthony Wells, who was listening in to that press conference with Mark Roger. One of the key things that we looked at in the from Mark Roger about the relationship between the US and NATO at the moment.
Well, I think he was certainly keen to talk up the relationship and say that it's in a good place, even though we have been hearing from Donald Trump in recent days, weeks, about his concerns around NATO and the US's membership of it as well, saying that NATO allies weren't there when the US needed them. Now, Roger was keen to try and play delicately. On the one hand, he was very praising of Donald Trump, describing him as friends. He was saying that the US's war in Iran was essentially something that he believed would make the world safer, about he supported the US's efforts to try to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon in the long term. He also praised, for example, Trump's efforts in the past to encourage the NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. But he was also keen, I think, to sort of delicately push back some of the rhetoric that we heard from Donald Trump about particularly European allies. He said, for example, that while some allies in Israel were a bit slow to respond to the US's war with Iran, that he does believe there is a massive effort underway now from European allies to try and support the US where possible. He said to their credit, it did take them by surprise a bit. He reminded us that the US and Donald Trump didn't inform NATO allies before striking Iran initially. And I think, as I say, as a result, it seemed that he seemed to be trying to avoid two lines. On the one hand, trying to praise Donald Trump and keep Donald Trump happy, I think, but also trying to big up the effort that Europe has made. And I think that is in part of the response, as I say, to the rhetoric that we've heard from Donald Trump in recent weeks, when he has been very scathing at times of NATO, accusing it of failing to support the United States. Now, the response from some countries has touched on the fact that NATO is a defensive alliance primarily, that, for example, there have been efforts for the UK, for example, to provide air bases on allied bases to be used for defensive purposes, that haven't joined offense in this conflict, which is something that perhaps seems to have angered Donald Trump at times. For example, when it comes to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, Donald Trump was pretty critical of some NATO allies over that as well, saying that if they, at one point, that if they wanted to get oil from that region, they could go in and get it themselves. So I don't know that we're any clearer necessarily about how secure or not the US position in NATO is, because we don't know quite what Donald Trump knows as privately speaking. But I think certainly publicly he is keen to portray this message, and he said this explicitly at one point, that this is not the end of NATO, that NATO isn't going to only rules a graveyard, and seems to suggest that the relationship we could be I think well, let's turn to London now, because we have some great
Israeli attacks on Lebanon have been a violation of the ceasefire agreement earlier today. Netanyahu's country will not abandon the Lebanese people. On Wednesday, a massive wave of Israeli airstrikes killed about 200 people and left thousands of others. Security authorities estimates.
Lebanon has suffered some of the worst airstrikes in its recent history as Israel pursues its war with Hezbollah. There is no ceasefire in that country, only destruction. Israel is showing no let up in its assault on Hezbollah, which rockets into northern Israel overnight. Lebanese officials say more than 250 people were killed in the Israeli airstrikes. The Foreign Secretary has described Israel's airstrikes as completely wrong. She's repeated calls for Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire.
We want to see an end to hostilities in Lebanon. I think that is actually the right thing to do for Israel's security as well as for the wider security of the region and of the Middle East. We definitely want to see that end to hostilities.
In Tehran today, a march for 40 days since Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was assassinated. Iran's deputy foreign minister insists the ceasefire includes Lebanon and that Israel's assault on Hezbollah must cease.
It was a great violation, intentional great violation of the ceasefire. Everyone cannot have the cake and eat it at the same time. That was the message that Iran sent quite clearly, crystal clearly to Washington and to the overall. And the police are also said that we cannot ask for a ceasefire and then accept the conditions, except for the areas that the ceasefire is applied to, and name Lebanon, exactly Lebanon, and then your ally just start a massacre.
But the US Vice President says they want the ceasefire.
13 pounds.
Fruit punch.
Fruit punch?
Yeah.
We buy make?
Yeah.
5 pounds. Oh, we forget 2 pounds.
Ah, stand up.
Yeah.
President Trump has posted on Twitter Saturday a warning he wants to see South Korea from territory. Israel is recent as well, he said, just managed the right thing, saying the shooting star. Bigger, better, and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. So the US air and naval strike laying on standby. It's the supply crashes to keep it that this war Israel will do. Like
I think I. You're in here and watch it up. So you don't go somewhere to 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, the first reach fire. Oh.
That never take what they don't say, but fried chicken.
Fried chicken.
Yeah, but then I move them out, that move out already when me.
Okay, well, I mean, passing up this one.
Yeah. So we got one looking at them, the chicken that like the guard out already.
Oh.
Yeah, but come on, yeah. It's alive, what's up service?
Oh, you find some loophole. Everyone work now. You see what I'm anybody saying white people saying racist things. That's it. No. Done. File up in the case.
No, that's it.
That's it, man.
No, smoke off on it.
No.
There is trust in one country in the entire world, and that is Iran's trust in Pakistan and the American trust in Pakistan. So at least that trust is there. So now we have to work towards creating a trust between these two warring countries to create a solution. So there is a lack of trust, and that is why they were involved. But we have come to a ceasefire that signals that a desire on the part of both the countries to find a solution. There are challenges, there are disagreements, they will agree to a conclusion. So I am very hopeful that the facilitation being done by Pakistan, which is being honored by both the countries, could be very useful, and let's see how things turn out in the case.
Lebanese officials say more than 1,700 people have been killed since Israel launched its latest campaign last month. Israel saying its operations are aimed at weakening Hezbollah and achieving what it calls its remaining military objectives. Lebanese Consul Human Jerk has more from
All day, emergency we searched the level of collapsed buildings, many of them were executive buildings across the country. For those who are still missing a day after those who were with various restaurants. Now here in central Beirut, this is the scene on the many locations in this building collapse. It seems to be in the photos that they're searching for 4 people, including 2 children, but 24 hours later there's very little hope that anyone can be found alive. Now, there is a name that the national holiday here today to mourn those people who have been killed. So given how aggressive and widespread these attacks were, it was notable that there would be a high number of casualties, and the Israeli authorities knew it, and they decided to go after these attacks. Now, there were Israeli airstrikes, aircraft today, and also more Hezbollah attacks against Israel. But in Israel, the authorities are saying that there's no ceasefire in Lebanon, and yet the war against Hezbollah continues.
I'll be speaking to Michelle Hadoul, who is Secretary General of the Lebanese National Bloc Party, following Israel's intensification of bombing in Beirut and Solomon.
Yes, it was absolutely pissed off, and it was a terrible day, one of the worst days in our country, and specifically our capital city, Beirut. I've lived in the last decades, maybe. We're talking about more than 100 strikes across the country, and more than 250 people killed, more or less, and hundreds of people injured. And specifically, so it was mayhem, it was fear, it was terrible. Yesterday would be remembered, unfortunately, for a very long time. And what's terrible in all this is that we are lost. Because as you were talking forward here, Pakistani guests, we don't know. Neither are nor Hezbollah was fighting. Actually, know whether we were included or not in that ceasefire. But I can tell you something: the people of Beirut and the people of Lebanon actually do know, because we have gotten bombed all day yesterday, and there's more warnings of broadcasts today. So we know that we are not in that ceasefire, and that we are actually victims of this war of others, of this war of access between Iran and Israel being fought on our soil. And this is an absolute disaster. So once again, what has happened very clearly is that. So, you're our government is taking the right positions, but the problem is that they're not implementing them. So we call, and I specifically here want to call our government to take direct and assertive and firm action in order to make Beirut a safe city. We need to ensure that our army will have a serious, armed, well-trained army. This army needs to go into the heart of our capital city, make sure that there are no and we ensure that, you know, in the end, we reap sovereignty. Because, you know, as one is saying, if you're not at the table of negotiations, well, then you're on the menu. And this is exactly what's happening now. We are on the menu of this war because we have no credible sovereign state being able, at the same time, to have a military and security initiative to prevent militias like this militias growing on our soil, and at the same time, to have a solid diplomatic initiative to force the Israelis to stop their aggression, to stop their bombing, and to withdraw from our territory.
President of Lebanon had repeatedly approached Israel saying that Lebanon wanted talks, and we have just heard, and to remind you, this is breaking news in the past half an hour or so, that Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has now said that he has directed his cabinet to start those talks with Lebanon as soon as possible. This was a statement posted on X saying he requested this line repeated calls for Lebanon to open those direct negotiations. The talks will focus on disarming Hezbollah and establishing peaceful relations between Israel and Lebanon. So there's the latest from Israel on possible talks now between Israel and Lebanon, they wrote. Now, the Prime Minister, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, is here in the region at the moment, talking about a plan to try and open up the Strait of Hormuz, shoring up support for that plan as well. He's in Bahrain at the moment and has just been speaking to the
So you cannot say to the court that in the God will let you go.
I think the mood is very much of shock that they were because they weren't and relief there's now a ceasefire. I think the general sense that it's fragile, that there's work to do in relation to it. But then a lot of reflection and discussion me with them about what we worked on over the last 6 to 7 weeks together, to self-defense, the capabilities, and an opportunity to be a safe country to our personnel who are out here. We've been, our clients have been working for about 2 hours on the project started. So moving forward, I'm very clear that one was what we stand with our long-standing allies, really showing our support for them, reflecting the work we're doing together. And then a sense that we're in this time to have these really important discussions with them and to make sure the ceasefire is permanent ceasefire and the Strait of Hormuz is open. And that takes more than just words, it takes a lot of action.
UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer was talking to the media in Bahrain about his objectives for this visit. He has been involved for a few days and will continue to bring in any lines that we hear from the Prime Minister and keep you up to date with developments throughout the region from here in Dubai. About the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
To BBC News, more from the Middle East here on the programme in the next couple of minutes. But let's turn to some of the other developments through the course of today, because British warships have driven away Russian submarines that were taking part in a covert operation near crucial undersea pipelines. The MOD said the UK and its allies had tracked the vessels for a month before they retreated back to Russia. While the Defence Secretary John Healey said the submarines could have threatened gas pipelines and internet cables on the seabed, and the UK was remaining vigilant.
Our armed forces let there be no doubt that they were being monitored, that their movements would not convert as President Putin planned, and that their attempted secret operation had been exposed. Those 30 submarines have now left UK waters and headed back north. This operation, which lasted more than a month, is now concluded.
That was striking. It is interesting in the last few minutes, the Russian embassy has just rejected those claims the Russian ships pose threats to UK underwater infrastructure. That's just been reported that the Russian embassy rejecting those claims made by the UK government saying that Russian ships pose a threat here to UK underwater infrastructure. So that latest on that story. Says an asset because they say they're ensuring they don't take their eye off the ball as the Artemis 2 crew heads for alert after having deeper displaced the humans before. The astronauts will be right spacecraft being struck down on Saturday morning outside the coast.
This is the signal the astronauts were expecting. Chosen load of findings and equipment more appropriate for what's to come. The crew and the overhaul reality through the but before the external operations for the return begin, the astronauts gave a press briefing. BBC News. Now you're almost home. What will you miss most about being in space, and what won't you miss at all? I will miss this camaraderie. I mean, we are both like college sisters, and
Okay, now, okay.
that is a privilege we want to
This
say.
creature
I have to say, I don't
6
think
seconds.
there's anything I would say I will miss or that I'm just ready to be over, because this whole thing is a package.
When we take out two now, we say, if we smell anything, and that fish is smell.
And our team has just performed and just knocked it out of the park. But it doesn't mean it might look easy from the outside. We can tell we are working so hard on the ground to do this, and we really appreciate them.
The astronauts return is one of the riskiest parts of their mission. As they're capturing the titles from the Earth's atmosphere, you will experience temperatures of 2,700 degrees Celsius. That's half as hot as the surface of the sun.
And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to as that splashdown? And I haven't even begun the process what we've been through. We've still got 2 more days. And riding a firefall through the atmosphere is hard. I'll do well. I'm going to be thinking about talking about all of these things for the rest of my life.
During the crewmen who feature on the moon after the new person's late wife who died 6 years ago. They've sent back an image of the throat crater can be seen from Earth. It's left North Carol.
I was overwhelmed with emotion. I looked over and Christine was crying. I put my hand down on Jeremy's hand as he was still talking. He was right there on that rail. And I could just tell he was trembling. And we all pretty much broke down right there. And just for me personally, that was kind of the pinnacle moment of the mission for me.
The crew was flashed down in the early hours of Saturday morning of the morning. They say they now have the unique crew, which will continue in their background. Background continues the mission control Houston.
Before we break, let me return to that break in the moment. This was Amnesty constructing the cabinet to begin direct negotiations with Lebanon. There are also ensuring Axios, which will begin the first meeting between Israel and Lebanon in Washington on Wednesday. Well, I can tell you a few more details that will take place. The US will be led by the ambassador to Lebanon. Israel will be represented by its ambassador to Washington, and the Lebanese side will be represented by its ambassador to Washington. So that first meeting, it takes place at the State Department in Washington. All those
The extra pepper we say after. That's the minute. That's the pepper five.
Yeah, pepper.
We don't generally have pepper.
There's some pepper in it, but they don't put. Some bad enough.
Yeah, pepper.
Juice, man. Take pepper, yeah. Take pepper. Use that, yeah.
Let's use the juice, right?
Yeah, man, yeah, we normally use it. Yeah, not true.
Oh, God, them boy are easy. Them boy just fuck up themselves. The chub nice blood clot, yes. Rastafari, give thanks and praise to us, yeah. Ja, 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 ja,
ja. There's something cut up them here now. Let's that thing small. Give me. I'm going to get some of that. About how much on you want? 60 or so. About how much you want? I don't know. What's the problem? From the 2 bad in it. Give a shot to me.
BBC News, the biggest African and international news stories. Focus on Africa.
Welcome, hello, welcome to Focus on Africa, coming to you live from Nairobi, BBC News. Yeah, Iran wants a ceasefire violations as a state of country sticking with laboratory and a strict restriction threatening Africa's enemies.
We're pushing for de-escalation and we're pushing to ensure that the state of Hormuz is protected to ensure that practical are mostly affected.
All this as South Africa's township is facing shortage of fuel for heating and cooking as prices rise, driven by the impact of the Middle East conflict.
It's really hard.
Blood clot, football after post on, go on.
We pay you tomorrow.
30
pounds. We are going to bank tomorrow get the cash because my card is not coming still. Uncle, how's the work? Good? Running now. I have to charge him up. We thought these people can charge the bus pass, innit? But they don't charge the bus pass. Madre mia.
Yo, tell myself, brother.
Yeah, man, give me 10 and I'll pay you now. Me have to tell you.
It's always good to have you joining us on the program.
Tell her what?
Yeah. I hate my use in a big now. No big now? I hate my use in a. In Ghana bathroom? My use here. Yeah, last squeeze.
You know what, probably told you so, you know?
No,
Nigeria and Ghana are all adjusted their fuel prices upwards. Meanwhile, the passenger ships through the Strait of Hormuz remain steady.
Notice?
Yeah. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Sayed Khatibzadeh spoke with the BBC's Radio 4 today.
It was a grave violation, an intentional grave violation of this ceasefire. We cannot communicate and begin at the same time. That was the message that
Hey, Big Nal, my person did in Gabriel, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm there, I ride the bicycle for them, I sell CD and I sell everything, you know?
Oh, where?
Over here, our boy, him live, man.
Okay.
Yeah, but him drop out, you see me?
Okay.
I see him, man, but man, I ride up on them on bicycle and I'm going with them thing, you don't know, but trust me.
immediately after the ceasefire was accepted. It's a type of practice that the Israeli regime has always done. Accepting ceasefire, the screwdriver massacring and
you got to squeeze out the money inside of the
That's it,
yeah,
yes.
man, that's what you got to do.
What's
You know what we see the coil we take out, you know? So you go in there and squeeze out.
No, man. We don't have that money anyway. It's to hide it. I mean,
You have to take out the coil, because you know what we see the coil.
you see, me, to be honest, me take 20 pounds from my mom just now. I say, Mom, give me 20 pounds till tomorrow, me pay you. You know what I'm saying? I'm swear to God, I mean, I like to lie. Then she give me 20 pounds because we have to pay the transport and then I have to get something, then tomorrow I pay. Pay her too. Oh, good. Oh, good, man. Just, man, just give me some, man. Huh?
You know the girl that you talk to her?
Which one?
The girl who come from Guinea-Bissau, you ever talk to
No,
her?
me never see them, man, to be honest.
I forgot the girl, maybe soon see her. She have about 3 dudes. She have a little daughter and 2 sons.
Yeah, I see, those one from Guinea-Bissau.
Yeah.
But me see them the other day, me say hello, and they say hello, they pass. Me not
But you
know.
know, Guinea-Bissau them come.
Oh, me not know, man, because me greet them, but they didn't say, come up,
But
good
they don't have
stuff.
to tell us where them come from. They don't know like that to tell her.
Sure. Come up,
But
good
they're from Guinea-Bissau.
No, but it's true. I speak to them outside when I was working there, but they never say. I say hello, the woman just say
But
hello.
they don't have to tell us where they come from. You don't want to friend like that for them tell us where they come from.
All right.
You have to leave that to come here.
Me see you, my uncles, my family. Me see you tomorrow, okay? By the mighty God.
I'm tell you.
Yeah, man.
Nice to see you.
Buy Guinness tomorrow. Buy Guinness tomorrow.
man. Tomorrow we get paid.
All right. Whoa. So I get paid tomorrow.
shortages in supply of goods and for imports dependent countries. The government is already hitting hard. It's already an impact in our communities, and so we have to make sure that the impact that we're already feeling is mitigated, and that's where I think our financial instruments and financial systems need to come in to support family economies and support local communities, because at the end of the day, when this started, the impact was already unfolding. And so even the ceasefire today will not start the impact.
Hello. Hello, my dear. How are you doing? Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. I'm just here too.
Every other thing that we import, like beer, actually that's the whole, what we're talking about is manufacturing. We're talking about making sure we have what we export and exporting jobs, and we now keep them on the continent, and we use our natural resources to benefit our people, ensure that the value chain is right here in Africa. Good jobs. This is something President Butler has been keen on, and this is something that I know African leaders are keen on.
Shipping through the Straits of Hormuz has not fully
them something. No man. I'm not frightened, man. I'm not lying. No man. I should buy man. I don't speak up.
What is that?
The juvenile say, Mr. Juvenile bad, but that's what makes me so frightened.
No.
So I know I can't believe second ride dead.
No.
Cha. Yo, life free up.
I bet you look out for it. Is it the night and then? Put it on the phone in there. Talk to you man right now. Right, that's what we have to talk to you.
So Tuesday night him dead?
Yes.
Tuesday night.
Yeah, you come there. I would have a joke about asking, but you got cut burn here and like the car. Then you go, hold on, my name, right now, not far from the apartment right here.
We have pepper then, boss.
No onion then there.
Huh?
Never onion? Me don't want onion, me can't give him. I want to guard my onion to carry down.
What's to carry down for carry?
Me give him what for carry, yeah, and give him what for carry.
Me use all of them. You want the onion, maybe,
We have pepper then.
No, onion in this.
Give them?
No. Big now.
Give them same one onion.
We want onion and pepper.
We have to be hot pepper. Hot. Scotch bonnet. Hot. We have to escovitch fish in our dentist. Oh, peanut good life.
For 1 pound of the big bowl.
Yeah, the big bag. The big. Yes, sir. Let's see. It's a four.
Big nut.
Yeah. You must always get different color pepper too. When you do this thing. You know no pepper at all, you know? Hey, mom. Sign. And you must always get bell pepper, sweet pepper, different colors.
So what? You need to take out the potato and then that means they get them to use it.
Right, no, mix it right on the table for there.
I'm going to go around Jamaica because that makes sense.
Roger and big brother which I can because Roger was best friend and they play basketball. So all Roger.
Them fish are ready?
Yeah. So no, some of them no.
Then you not take out the fish then? You take them out there?
I'm just asking.
Take them then you take out.
Take away.
Yeah, baby, right, Mr. Bar. Remember. Don't forget to run down the road. Can't go sit down and eat. Your wife gone already? I don't even look. I can't even look up there. It's brother. Oh, it's chicken.
You don't look up.
Up here, when you're back down.
I'm alive.
The armless is just up there.
It's all good.
It's not all good.
It's nothing more.
No, I'm right now. Because I'm your fan. Because the armless is just up there.
Let's do it live.
I don't care about this, and I'm not dead.
I rock as I long, sir.
I'm dead to blow hole. Hello, Daddy. I'm dead. You're the eyes of the eyes. What is this? So, put it in our back on the savannah.
I have to put in a year back. Yeah, push in a year back.
I mean, our back, that's what it
Is it? Where's one?
You don't know yet. Teenager. Teenager. Change, I could change last night.
But changed last night.
Save one. If you get 2 pounds on that.
You can get 2 pounds out there.
Why not? What
What do you mean?
What is this? Wow. See that? You know, the pay you get them free. Oh God, thank God you're produced. God, the chair, the stool, the kitchen. Shoes back up like them climb up on the stool. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. If you have never seen that, no, them know me. I am doing it, you know what I'm doing? You know what I'm doing? Right, no. I am doing it. I am doing it. Yeah. You don't have a clue. I am doing it. If he got a 10 plates and put them on the window and let them go. I'm after that. Oh, right, place.
Oh, shoot. Number 3-5, yeah? Number 3-5, yeah? Yeah, cool.
Hey, I tell you, I'm juvenile, I'm say, I don't know.
Yeah, so what?
Say, I step for the chair. I don't know how we know, but that's juvenile doing. It is all I know. God, no, oh, God almighty. And I don't have a clue. No lie. So then lazy, see? See, you know what American man about lazy, see, man? Boy, I don't want to do nothing, Spragga.
Boy, not different style, man.
No, I tell him, my mother say, yo, the man just lazy. Hey, me say, I say, my last one America, you know, lazy, you fuck. My mother say, boy, I don't want nothing. It ain't them up. You want a big man price, you have to come and come to Portland talk to him. You have to come down the contact. You have to start live down there and talk to him. Hey boy, you know so big man here boy?
Listen, that one you spoil him.
This one I
Yeah, him spoil him. Him spoil him. Him that's why. That's why.
I want him to know, pretty enough to get back off all lick again. Me get enough for that. Mark can't tell him.
Me not beat them. Me not beat them.
You can't lick big man, but at the same time.
No, me can lick them. I can lick them.
No, you can't.
I can lick them.
You can't.
And you know what? You have to stand up. You have to talk to them.
Tell us you can't. You can't lick big man.
Yeah? You have to talk to them. You have to talk to them first. I'm going to talk to the whole three of them first.
Which is right.
What you say about that? You have to talk to them first. You can go so you want to say no name. Say you're not back up there. If you're not stand up on your foot, you have to talk to them with authority.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm telling you, man. I mean, it's there. If you don't want to talk to them with authority, that's you.
I'll talk to you. I'll talk. That's what I'm saying. My opinion dumb.
That's what you want to say, refer.
No, but not back over them. Talk to them.
After me not dog.
Bite up them.
Me not dog. Me not dog. Me talk with authority. Me wrong, Mr. Bar? Alright. That's why I love my brother, you know.
Enforce it.
My boy in Jamaica have a problem too, same way.
And that's big dog talk. I say, lie them a tell that. Lie them a tell. What is the shooter say? As a top big dog, I say, lie them a tell. Man, that's very cool. As a top big dog, I say, lie them a tell.
Yeah, but...
And I lie them big dog.
Me tell him, so one of these days, he go and prove. He ain't have a proof.
We additionally contract the origin of those vehicles from commercial car carriers that match videos from the last year. Those civilian, what's called...
I'm going to find a chopper to Ross in a shed. Yeah. I wash the chopper, I wash one bucket cover. And then I put the chopper on top of the bucket cover. And I take up the bucket cover and drop over then on the box, one box. And I look for you yesterday, I just did I look for something else to just see. Can I like chopper that man? Yeah. You know, me not dash with stuff. There are most certain things that you can't say me wouldn't do it. And you know, I can drop in something and we take up the bag with this and dash it.
God's got me covered. I'm gone, but you know the best.
This is the most significant finding since the fall of Al-Fashir, and evidence that helped the UN determine RSF was engaged in genocide in Al-Fashir against the four Venezuela people. This evidence clearly demonstrates that the Ethiopian government is allowing a logistics support hub that has only one conclusion.
Report that.
Huh?
A family of fear, we get to understand.
All that.
All around there.
Better kill him.
Really now, go down the uphill. Really now, go down the uphill. Rennie, not going down there by himself or do it. Yeah. That meant what me say, all of you usually report the station. I get to understand, say, all I was reporting to the station, say, Rennie say about shooting. Yeah. Yeah, me say, lock him up.
This report reviewed by 3 experts outside
No,
the field, and they all concur with that.
Man, I get MP and gone about them views.
Well, in that case, have you managed to reach out to the Ethiopian authorities and what their response?
They are not responding to
Already the outcome to the
yesterday, they asked for all comments on this.
And they make a fight one time,
and then they refused to provide an email.
Yeah, man, don't I send them us there?
Is this research that you will continue to look at further?
Usually football, an old tough girl that they got set him up and lucky that is earlier. Yeah. And Robin?
We are going to continue.
Robin? Rennie. Oh, I love her. Yeah. And they will girl them, man. Tyrants. Yeah. Yeah, man. And everybody said that girl, they set up the rock.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see if those vehicles suddenly leave the base.
Yo, I got something for you, son. You remember this?
Thank you very, very, very much.
I know that. Is it not this?
Nah, it's a black one.
It's a black one.
This is a very, very black Anglo one and point the kind of rub down for what we wanted to do. It wasn't that wide.
Shit.
We can keep it till when I want it. If we have to use it. What, man?
Only no good, yeah. Just stay too long on the road.
Me cook it now. Me cook man.
Yeah, but that is
Come get the carbon in here now and then. Come kind of know. Time on you, man. Just wait, man.
Like only I cut it. Like cutting board.
But we just put it as a news. Put it on the cutting board. Both in that way. Then we'll put it in that way.
Put it flat. Which one? Look at the fire.
Where your plan? Huh? Where your plan?
You know, so we have a plant, a ganja for the plant up there. Cannabis field, we can take the medication.
Alright. I'm just going to put some cucumber. I'm a yard, no one little tree or something. I'm just never come up. We just buy them from Bianchi with her ass. Yeah, just buy them. I like to have them hold. I'm realizing enough of the old seed and I come back. Something about it, and just maybe here we'll try different seeds.
Yeah.
I
made it back when you plant some tomato and carrot down there 1 year. Brother, oh my God. 9 tomato trees. I give a tomato to look bad to shit.
was already here with tomato.
Then I give one somebody have 5 pounds of tomato. Half a 9 tree.
Tomato ready for beer, man.
That's why I got bang when I drink too much. That's why I got bang like when goat kid mama dead, they drink too much.
Bang belly kid.
Yeah. Goat kid mama dead and then you go out the bush. You swell in belly. I eat that there. Boy, I'm a band for the trouble to house. But you couldn't jump in the face of that.
I see onion, I know say onion. I see, I know say that.
Let's say onion was some onion, you know. Anyway, may I find that?
Great. Get some jerk. Oh yeah, jerk chicken. Yeah, jerk chicken and jerk. Yeah, jerk
Thanks so much for joining us on the Africa Voting with Ladies Podcast Festival. We will appreciate your company. We'll see you again tomorrow. Stay safe.
Which part of my profession? I'm not going to see.
One of my cards. Yes.
Oh, champion.
Yo, I want me a bit here.
It's not really good to eat it, because chicken right up on it. Not too soft, man.
Don't worry about that one.
I don't want them that good on little bit and then put it things different. I mean, I like when it's too soft.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I miss my shot.
I mean, make no. Yo, let go. Yes. Bless. Sauce and meat.
Very fun.
Any of your hot sauce there?
No, my one. I'm telling you,
Okay. Somebody don't miss it, man. I miss it, man. I tell you now, say you'll bring it home. I want to make it, you still make it see me though.
Eh?
You still make it see me though.
Yeah, man.
Okay, man.
I know how that I made that, man. I mean, I buy pepper sauce at shop again.
You just make it.
Yes, man, makes sense. Hot, you know.
Well, we get to them.
Oh, you know I do hold. Oh, yeah.
I just want to fluff it.
Crust, kind of.
Yeah.
That's it. Then you go in a minute to see. I'm coming up. And then I really feel fluish or nothing. No, today I feel away.
Before I put something yeah. Before I put something in them body parts ready.
Oh,
yeah.
They want 2 foot.
Yeah, man, a 4 foot man, some 4 foot something.
4 foot more balance.
Yeah. What you say, ready or not?
Yes, what?
Eh? Jerk pork.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Ready. I have food as well. Hmm? Yes, food ready as well?
Yes.
Yeah, make one for me now. Take
Yeah,
away.
eat it.
No,
Take
no,
away.
take away. Much feed?
Yeah, man.
What's the name from mine?
Yeah, we've been hearing for the last 50 foreign ministers speaking exclusively to the BBC Today program.
What kind of gravy?
Show pork gravy.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man, that we do. No, flood.
Yes, sir.
Alright,
Yes.
come on.
Yeah, man, yeah.
to put a text that was very worried. It was basically a torpedo of the ceasefire to their continued actions in Lebanon.
So I think Israel has spoken to the government of Lebanon before, and the question is, can they work together to eliminate Hezbollah, which the government has been powerless to do given Hezbollah's status, at least before the October 7th Hamas attack. And I would hope that those talks could go forward because if they could work together to eliminate Hezbollah, then that would be a good thing for Lebanon, Israel, and the entire Middle East. I think it's important to understand it's not Israel that's torpedoing the ceasefire. There's a fundamental disagreement with the ceasefire concept. And we have not only believe that the military action against Iran, all saying exactly the same thing. Iran saying something else. So don't blame this on Israel. The allies are agreeing on what the ceasefire is. Iran is disagreeing. No question.
It's speaking to the Commissioner
can't have uns on a girl on man, not a violation. Good girl, love like that. Go on, break side. Da da dee. put
At
here.
the end of this day,
What's the name again, Mom?
give the death toll has gone up to over 300. The WHO also issuing a warning that blood treatment may not be available in some of the hospitals now because they've run out.
Of course, hospitals were overwhelmed yesterday because medical doctors were called to duties.
Where are you putting?
Since Israel continued to threaten Lebanon and also continued to give operation warning to even the larger area that it has in the past. So we support the government of the Palestinians, but they are also taking for their rights because norms could strike anywhere.
Yeah, but one for the someone is I've been supposed to let the right answer.
And then what is your response to this news that Benjamin Netanyahu is prepared
discussions and the talks with Israel. Israel has been we hope that this will put an end to the killing that is happening in the country, and then the pushing forward and progressing into self-sustainable peaceful
We don't want to crucify like Jesus.
The Lebanese armed forces have been put aside for 30 years, and the previous governments have strengthened Hezbollah over the Lebanese armed forces. They have not been given enough resources, and they have not been given the political backup in order for them to strengthen their position in the country. And all of a sudden, after the 2024 peace agreement, the ceasefire agreement, they decided to put the Lebanese armed forces at the forefront to disarm Hezbollah without resources. And this was a challenge. Although it was a challenge, they did a very good job on the ground, supervision and on the cooperation with the mechanism that gave them strength and placed the African the full support of the Iranian government with full military backup and everything, whereas the Lebanese armed forces have not been supported fully by the previous governments. We believe that this government has taken very bold actions and actions that have now been taken for 14 years. The government has our full support, and the Lebanese armed forces have our full support. If we provide them with the resources and political backup,
Bro, because you need to break this wall. No, you know what? You need to shut it. Remember the shot? That's all I
How about General? Yeah, no. You good?
Yeah, you?
To handle these talks, and here's this cabinet naturally opposed it. It looks like this was his own unilateral decision, but he says in his statement that he announced to the cabinet. Here in Israel is that the two men who represent Israel known to be Netanyahu's right-hand man. This is significant because Ron Dermer has been blamed very widely in Israel and notably by family members of Israeli hostages for having scuttled, for having in fact been named so as to scuttle all of the talks that were held over a period of almost 2 years in efforts to free the hostages. So,
Play nice some music. Roots rap reggae. It's a reggae music. What is the place without music? We want music. We want music.